And these are normally pretty informal. There's a step sessions, they're informal.
Ready?
Okay, the law department, what time is it, Tracy?
9:46, but you don't, yeah.
Okay, let's get started. We have the law department, we have our law director, William. How are you this morning, young lady?
Fine, and also my assistant law director, if there are any questions that need expansion.
So we got two proper people here this morning.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just to say that it is the council's budget hearing
Okay, the council budget is just started.
for 2023.
All right. For the budget for 2023.
Yes, and I'm the law department.
We have a form.
Right, and then, we have Councilor Bahovic is in chambers, Council Vice President Juanita Gowdy, and Council President Nathaniel Martin are present.
And we just, we have the finance directors here, and anything that you need to share with us. And, we want to move this, we're doing all today, something we've never done before. We thought about it, we just move this, just get it done. Okay, so, go ahead.
Well, I'm just here to answer any questions you have. We submitted our chart, our table. And if there are any questions, and then of course, I'm also having the law department's budget pursuant to the 2023 mayor's estimate. We have no changes as to that.
Okay, I'm gonna open it up, if you don't have anything to add. My concern has been over the years, all these years is lawsuits and pending lawsuits and our status with that. I want you to say something about that. And then I open up to my other council colleagues. And then we're gonna move, if we do it 5 to 10 minutes, we do it on to the next.
Okay, I sent everybody our pending lawsuits and the status has not changed in the 2 weeks that they were sent. We have a couple of vehicle accidents with police cars. And we have the firefighter lawsuit. And then we have some political ones, also some political related one. No, it's in my case status report that was sent a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, that's separate and apart from the budget hearings.
Give us like an update on each. Start with the first one.
Before you do that, so I can follow along, when and where was that sent?
That was sent by email 2 weeks ago, a couple of weeks ago. I don't remember the precise date, the lawsuits.
Do you remember how you headed that?
That will be case study report. Update, case study updates,
Case study
updates, yeah.
update. No results found.
Okay, but I sent it.
Okay, what I like.
Did you get it, Tracy? Did you send it to us?
I'll resend it.
Whoever sends it to everybody, I'll
Right.
send it to all the councilors herself,
Okay,
as
send
well as. the
I'll
mayor.
resend it.
it again,
Okay,
and we're gonna, what I need for you to do, just kind of just give a little update on each one that you, the three that you just mentioned. Just a quick update.
okay, we have the Aikens lawsuit, yeah, yeah.
AIKNS,
AKINS.
and what's that one about?
That one is a former police officer supposedly hit a car. He said he was on a call.
Okay,
Did anybody get hurt?
Not initially, but a couple weeks later, someone went to a chiropractor. And so that's the lawsuit.
okay, let's go to the next one.
Okay, the next one involved another lawsuit. I forget the exact title, but in that one involved, oh, yes, thank you. That's what she, Sheldon Jeffrey, thank you.
SHELDON.
AUN, and Jeffrey is the Eldaun. Sheldon Jeffrey.
Sheldon Jeffries?
Yeah, Jeffrey, yeah. That one, according to Officer Robinson, Mr. Jeffrey hit him. According to Mr. Jeffrey, he hit. It was a four-way stop, and Mr. Jeffrey didn't obey the traffic signal.
Okay. Let's go to the next one.
Okay, at three, no, I said three. Yeah, the third one involves Mr. Fambro,
William Fambro.
William
Oh,
Fambro.
Go ahead. What was
And
that
he
about?
said that his truck was illegally towed.
Yeah.
And so that's in federal court.
That's pending.
Yes,
That's in federal court?
yes. And the trial is, I think, June 2023, or I don't even think a trial is scheduled, but the last pre-trial is June 2023.
Okay, I'm gonna open up to Mr. Prohobiac and then, Ms. Gotti for questions. Yes,
No,
go ahead.
wait a
Hold on one second. Charles?
I just wanted to point out that I did it's not in the law department budget, but it's in the central service.
Oh, okay.
I did put some money in the 2023 estimate for two line items, settlements,
Okay,
and that's on page 25.
on page 25, yeah, I'm looking at 24.
Look over
Yeah.
25.
It's in here on the settlements.
You look at the settlements. line
Yeah.
item, in
2
2023.
7 1 1 4 5 2 4 5 settlements.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
You look
What
all the
is
way
that
to
for?
the right.
Settlements.
I know.
Lost-
I know, but who do it go to? That's what I'm asking.
So,
That's what I'm asking.
I'm putting that, so basically some of the things that Director Hemmings is mentioning. I'm putting some money to accept in the budget to, if there happen to be. We have to, settle these particular, lawsuits. I have right now 70,000 in the budget for settlement. And then right below that.
Yeah, I see it over there. Where's the estimates, right? Yeah.
And then right below that line item, suits and judgment, you say JUD, that judge. I got, in the 2023 estimate.
320,000?
For what? All those lawsuits?
So I had that money put aside in particular for the firefighter
Yes.
situation. I'm not sure. I know Director Henry said that is in, pending in the Ohio Supreme Court, but I rather, I think it was safe to put some money to the side just in case the city end up
All right.
Yeah,
having to pay.
we already offered to pay them, but they rejected the offer.
What you want?
We offered $387,184.11.
Can you repeat that
What?
number, please?
Say it again.
$387,184.11 to the firefighters. Yeah, for the firefighters. That was the judgment that the Ohio Supreme Court approved. However, the firefighters sent the check back void.
They wouldn't accept that?
No, they think that they can get some more.
How much would they like?
That's
What are they
union-
asking?
Those are union things going back. and
Yeah,
forth.
I really, yeah, yeah.
Well, I want to ask you, go to my colleagues, what do you guys do in the professional line with 25,000? What do you do with that?
Court reporters, and also we have to indemnify the, any, according to the collective bargaining agreement, we have to indemnify any officers that are found liable in lawsuits.
How much did we, Charles, how much did we spend last year? Line on the professional,
Right there.
is that the 39,000?
Probably,
appropriation is 40,000. Am I reading this right? There's expenses 20.
Correct, yes, 2020.
Yeah.
26,615, 2021, 39,000.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I'll yield to Ms. Rovak, go ahead.
Counselor Bohoviac, thank you.
Uh,
For one thing, anything that's gone through the Ohio Supreme Court, what happened in the Supreme Court is now a matter of public record.
Yes.
So could you please explain what happened in the Ohio Supreme Court?
They approved the judgment for $387,184.11.
Now, let's go back a few steps.
That lawsuit is over.
Right, that
That's-
lawsuit is
yeah.
over, so you can summarize more than the money. Please summarize the case.
Summarize the case in terms of the budget hearing.
yeah, we're dealing with the budget, not.
Yeah, not the merits or, yeah,
I'm not asking about the merits, but the firefighters were presumably asking for something from the Supreme Court or their lawyers, and that is a matter of public record.
right.
Send that to Counselor Bohoviac.
I'll send it to you. I'll send all that to you.
Okay.
Okay.
And as far
Awesome.
as the outstanding lawsuits, I'm under the impression that we have had millions of dollars of judgments against us that we have not yet paid. Is that accurate?
How many
No.
outstanding do you-
No, everything, any judgment that was against us, there's no judgment that is collectible right now.
Ms. Brooke, council person, Ms. Brooke, still has the floor, go ahead.
So not collectible, and not collectible by virtue of what?
By virtue of its being, still has to be, it still has to be adjudicated as collectible, or either it's dormant. It has to be adjudicated as being collectible.
So as I understand it, there have been findings against us, but you're saying that after we have been found to be liable, that it still has to go through more court?
Yes. Okay, it still has to be, they have to make a claim for the judgment.
Okay,
Which, for one, case, the Ayers case, AYRES, found that a third party could not go against the city for money. They had to go against the officers. And then, the culpable officer. And then whatever was against the officer that was found liable, then we have to repay them,
we have to repay the,
officer, through indemnification from the collective bargaining agreement.
so if there's a judgment made against
The
the
officer,
officer.
yes,
And it's, as I understand it, millions of dollars, then
right?
then if the officer does not have millions of dollars to pay, then
Right.
you're saying the person doesn't get it because it has to go through the officer first?
Right, that was AYRES by the Ohio Supreme Court.
Okay. Certainly nothing I was aware of. Okay, this talks about insurance and bonding. And it's my understanding that you're required to take out insurance and bonding. That's not through the city budget.
Insurance and bonding, I'm unfamiliar in terms of the law department budget.
In terms of the law director's budget, that the law director is required to carry insurance. So are you saying that you carry insurance and that doesn't go through the city?
I'm saying that anything I do for the city is, backs me up, and the city is self-insured.
Okay, so you're saying that there's no insurance company that either for you or for you as law director, it's all the city's
It's self-insured.
liability.
Yeah, the city is self-insured as long as I'm acting in the official capacity as law director.
And then when you do these extra cases that aren't directly involved with the city, for example, the mayor's personal cases, then do you have other insurance?
That's a matter of legal interpretation. And that is, as far as your question is concerned, is an incorrect interpretation.
Okay, can you clarify it then for me?
No, I can't because it's illegal. You're not asking a lawful question from my interpretation.
Excuse me, how can a question not be lawful?
Because that, what I'm saying is, what I think you're referring to is the recall. And in order to,
There's other stuff we could do.
Well, I'm trying to clarify
And-
her insurance status.
Oh.
okay, and I can answer that. Okay, on the recall petition, and according to Ohio law, a recall, and according to our law, a recall can only be done if a person is acting erroneously in his official capacity. Therefore, it's an official act. Recall is an official act, and therefore it's official.
Repeat that because I'm trying to take. notes.
Recall is an official act. If you look at the recall law, a person, and even on a petition, you can only recall a person if he is not acted correctly in his official capacity. And so therefore that makes a recall an official act.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Gotti,
I would
we're
just,
gonna wrap this up in
yeah,
5
we're
minutes.
gonna. Okay, about the lawsuits again, I see that Charles is going to set something, you set some money aside for the lawsuits, just in case. If, okay, so, okay. So that's good that we have money set aside before we close it out for this year. And that's about it.
Okay, Charles, anything you wanna say about the law department? Anything that we need to know? We're not looking at. Everything else is okay?
Yeah, I mean, everything is status quo. The budget. The last couple of years, nothing.
Nothing changed.
I just wanna say, I think you guys do a real good job. Of all the stuff you have to deal with in the city.
Thank you. I did recommend $1 raise for Miss Maxine Eberhard
You
Is it in
did?
the budget? I mean,
in the 2023 budget. Yeah, Charles and I discussed it. Because she was at $14 an hour. And that's less than McDonald's workers.
Okay, thank you very much, okay? All right,
Okay, Council President, the next one is Mr. Melvin Leach, Community Development Department. But
okay,
he
Melron,
does oversee building and housing as well.
okay,
So both of them are combined on his sheets.
okay, hold on a second. Yes. You all over the place here, Mr. Melron.
Yeah.
So we're gonna start with, page 34, you guys got this, page 34. Okay.
I just told Mr. Leach I wanted them to come see us twice today, but then I said, no, we're gonna.
Community development, right? Building and housing. I think we in order here. Here,
Service
I got it.
Department, building and housing is where? I see
Building-
community development,
B and H right here.
What page? No.
Well,
fire department, human resources, police,
It's under
he got them in order
community
here.
IT and service. Those are the ones I'm reading on here.
Yeah, you got it. That's it.
Okay, so it's the whole thing. I was looking for a separate one.
Okay, man, Ryan, go ahead. So you have three staff members?
Yes,
I thought you had more than that. Yeah.
well,
Oh, you got part-time people too, right?
yeah, and you gotta,
Full-time and basically 3 part-time?
then you have the HOG staff, so those don't fall
HOG?
under
Say,
me.
say what you said, okay.
Homeowner grant,
Okay,
so,
and that's the 300, 3,000.
Yes.
Now, where's that one at?
I'm not over that.
Oh, okay,
That's-
who's over there?
That's Tyler Allman,
Oh, she's over there? Wait a minute.
yes,
And what department is that?
House.
that's homeowner grant, that's something
But what
that's,
department is that under?
That's based under the mayor's.
yes, I would say that's the mayor,
Under the mayor.
yes,
So there's nothing here regarding that.
no,
Should that be under you?
This is dealing with housing.
We'll see the mayor, but make a note. That we were asking why. Okay.
What's the difference?
Okay. I know, I get stopped. I go to stores here in East Cleveland, and I get stopped all the time. People ask me, can I get the 300, can I get the 3,000? Still asking me that, so, so we need to find out.
All of that comes under the mayor's.
Yeah, yeah.
And the other
Okay.
departments.
I thought it was under
And is
you.
the mayor going to appear to us today?
Yeah, well, I
Oh,
don't
okay.
know. We'll find out. He's been notified too.
Well, I hope his notifications came out better than mine did.
Okay, I hope so too. Okay, all right. Go ahead. I'm gonna, my thing is, anything you want to address to us, then I'm gonna give over to the council. We're gonna move through this, we do this every year. And Charles, anything that stands out that we need to know about this, about, community
Yeah,
development?
the reason.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Share what
Well-
we need to know.
under community development, we had findings from HUD that we have to address. One of those a lot of it is dealing with making sure we reorganize and do things differently. We had a HUD rep, Brian White, who we saw and did everything under. It's been changed. So now we have Kelly Glenn. And Kelly Glenn, she's not being hard, but she's enforcing things that we didn't know or hadn't been doing previously. So we're in the stages of correcting those. The one thing I'll say about the findings is we didn't lose any money. It's more administrative things that we have to do and take care of. As an example,
Give an example.
We have, when someone does a home project, they have about 7 documents that they have to sign. They have to sign a promissory note, a lien, they have to sign off on a right of rescission. So in that document, they want us to do another contract before the 3-way contract. So it's just another document that just the homeowner and the city signs off on. That's different. So it's just another layer. Also, we have to do an environment. Go ahead.
So when you don't do that, that's when you get the findings.
So we got a finding saying that that was another step that we didn't have to do, that we weren't doing, that they want us to do again. So recently, we had to do what is called a request for release of funds. So in that, we had been doing an environmental review, But they said, no, we want you to do another layer of environmental review where you do a tiered review. So we have to do a tier 1 review and a tier 2 review. So we just placed that in the newspaper. It has to be in the paper for 7 days. On the 8th day, then we can do the request for release of funds. Basically, what that's saying is we put on the program, on the project, everything that we intend to do. The same thing we've been doing. So we want to do X number of paint projects. We want to do X number of demos. We want to do X number of home projects. We want to spend X number of dollars on admin. You have to make that public, admin.
Excuse me,
She wants to know what admin stands for.
Administration.
please, my hearing is not what it used to be. If you can use the whole word, then it gives me the extra cues.
Okay. So we have to put that in the paper.
Okay.
We posted online, and council clerk, Tracy Udria helped to make sure we put that on the website as well. So it goes in the plain dealer, and let them know that they have the right to come and see it. But we're also going to place it on the city's website because it's just making sure everything is made public. So once that sits and it stays out there for 7 days, we're able to then send to HUD a request for release of funds. That means that now they're giving us the authority to spend the money.
Special release of funds, right?
Requests for release of
Are we
funds.
are we handling that? Are we-
Yeah, so it just went in the, it just went in the paper. So we're gonna wait. It's gonna be next Monday. Then we'll send that request for release of funds to HUD
How much?
for the whole budget. So you have to, every dime you have to account for in the request for release of funds. It's just basically saying the same thing. We want to spend the money, and they have to then give us the ability to spend the money. They'll give us authority to spend it.
Is, how are things going with you and Ms. Terry Glenn? How's the department?
Things are going good. Matter of fact, we talked yesterday.
Okay.
It's not being hard, but it's just bringing us and making sure we follow each and every reg. So in our findings, I asked for technical assistance.
Mhm.
HUD said, yes, we'll give you technical assistance, but before we give you technical assistance, we have to finish 12 modules of the home program. The module I just finished yesterday was like 1 hour and 40 minutes. So before any technical assistance can be provided, staff, me and Karen, have to complete each module, me, Karen, and Barbara Johnson.
So, do you have any new contractors?
For the home program and CDBG, we have about the same. We got to make sure we understand the difference between the HOG and CDBG and home. So we will be doing a request for new contractors for our program. Some of those still might cross over.
Okay, we say 8. Like,
Homeowner grant, homeowner grant.
Mm,
That's the one with the stick DARPA fund.
all right.
So some of the contractors that we had doing CDBG and home projects have been doing homeowner grant projects as well.
So what gonna be expensive?
Right now, we have one inspector, Rayshawn Bell, and Donald Woodruff does both. They're splitting time. Well, we have talked to HR, and we're going to look to get more inspectors that would just be for building and housing.
Okay, so did you put that in your budget?
Yes,
Rayshawn Bell is your only inspector?
yeah, Rayshawn Bell and Donald Woodruff.
That's
So
a
you
lot
have
of-
2 inspectors.
Donald Woodruff splits time. Rayshawn Bell is primarily now just for building and housing.
So, things ain't getting done but one inspector, you know, and then sometimes I get saying that the inspectors don't even, they so booked that they, you know, I know you have did a lot of work over here on Charleston, and I thank you for that, but it's like, is it because of the money, or is it because of the grant, or is it because of what?
We just need to hire them.
Oh,
So you say we need to hire some more inspectors?
So did you
Yes.
put that in the
Is that
newspaper?
in the budget? Do we have in the budget to hire some more inspectors, Charles?
Yes. Oh.
We do?
What do we have?
No.
I thought when we went over the budget, we had open slots for inspectors.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, we had open slots.
Oh, we got open slots right now?
Yeah, we had
Yes.
open this,
Yeah, but how much is they making?
that's $17 an hour.
Yes.
That's not no money, y'all. Y'all gotta do better than this. The 16 to 17, we got little kids making that kind of money.
Have we
For real.
advertised for those positions?
We're in the, HR is in the process. She has the job description, so she's gonna, put it out to hire for new inspectors.
So we haven't yet.
To my knowledge, we haven't officially done it yet, not yet.
So how many we talk about? Maybe two more inspectors?
Yep.
Two more. inspectors?
2 to 3, yes.
So you think it possibly we probably be able to get them going beginning next year?
I'm hoping,
Okay, then that would help, that would help.
a lot. Yes.
It's
Okay.
$17 an hour. For the work that they have to go out to do and how many houses they have to complete to, you think that they're gonna do a thorough job?
We're probably not going, and that's for 17 is the lower end. That's someone that doesn't have their license.
Okay.
So-
How it goes up?
Yes, yes.
What's the height?
I'm gonna say we're gonna be competitive with other cities. So around $24, $26.
Yeah, cause I'm telling you, cause I mean, $17 an hour is like breadcrumb.
So like if an inspector comes and they're with us,
Mm-hmm.
if they get certified, then we're gonna bump their pay up as well to make sure we try to retain them.
Inspectors, they'll go somewhere else, and you know, our city needs it real bad.
So you're saying that we hire people who are unlicensed, and what are the implications of that?
No, every city does that. Like Cleveland, if you could go to Cleveland, they hire unlicensed inspectors, but they put you on a track to become licensed.
And
The
so
training.
are they supervised up until?
They have
then?
to be, yes.
So that doesn't really add capacity until they're licensed?
No, it has capacity.
Well, if they
Every
need to be
inspection that they have is
supervised,
signed off on.
does someone else have to see it, or are we taking their word of an unlicensed person?
Tony Bombalis is the chief building official. So Tony Bombalis signs off on their inspections.
He signs off on them. What is the extent of his oversight? Does he see the facilities that they're inspecting? Or does he just,
When an inspection goes and takes place, we take pictures. So everything that comes back is a file presented to him to sign off on that inspection.
That's all good to start you off, but if you got license, it should be 24 and up.
Yes, that's correct.
That sounds much better.
Okay, anything else?
So they can work themselves up, is y'all training them to get their license as they go?
Yes, we are.
Anything else you need to share with us? Any
It's-
concerns?
As it relates to community development, we will be
can we
present.
finish this?
What?
Can we finish this first?
Yes.
Okay, so I was told that there was considerable staff turnover in the building and housing department. Is that accurate, and how does that affect
I think
staffing and also affect what we're paying people?
you're referring to homeowner grant, not building and
Okay,
housing.
so correct me then. Give me the accurate information.
So there has not been tremendous turnover in building and housing or community development. There has been turnover in homeowner grant.
That's the thing that's something to do.
Yes.
Okay. Continue, Ms. Blowick.
This says vehicles, list of departmental needs, is vehicles, what kind of vehicles do you need?
Just regular vehicles for the inspectors to, when they come aboard, to be
Just
able to go out
regular
and do
cars.
inspections, yes.
Do you have any cars right now or trucks?
We have a few. We have But we're sharing those with the homeowner grant program.
But
Just regular cars?
Yes, so we have an Impala,
Mhm.
we have a Crown Vic, we have the van. Then we're going to try, we have a little small Honda SUV.
All right.
so is it good condition?
They need a little bit of work, but they're basically, they're drivable, they're in decent condition.
Okay, so y'all is sharing with the night, well, it's city job anyway, it don't matter.
Any other questions?
Okay, how do it, oh, yeah, it is, because. Okay, I know that housing and building and housing is separate from the mayor, so how? Can they, is they up under y'all insurance or something, who gonna be responsible if something happened to? Since you said that it's divided,
Like a vehicle.
yes.
So each person is entitled to, it should have their own personal insurance, but the city is self-insured, so it would fall under the city's self-insured.
Any other questions? Anything that you want to share with us concerns that the council needs to be aware of?
Building and housing, we just need to hire a couple of inspectors.
How many?
I would say 2 to 3.
And we're in the process, we're going to do.
Yes,
Once
correct.
we do that,
Is
hopefully
you,
we can get them going by, get it in next week.
Yes,
is you put ad in the newspapers and stuff like that and advertising it?
that's what HR is about to do.
Everything else is going okay, you're comfortable with your staff?
Building and housing, we're doing good. Collections, we're doing good. Rental registration, CBOs, we're getting a good block on that. The new software, Citizen Serve, is a great tool. Now we're able to monitor and input permits, registrations, license, everything into the system. It's taking a little bit of time, but we're almost there to go live.
Okay, what about the black grant?
So
Housing money.
So for Community Development Block Grant, we'll be coming before council very soon for our substantial change. The substantial change was because the streets cost a lot more than what we had planned for. 3rd Street, when we tore it out to redo the resurfacing, it was all damaged underneath. So they had to do recasting. We did longer part of the street. That was brought up before council to ask them to do. Yes,
Yeah, that's street in Walcott.
yes.
Yeah.
So we did a lot more of that street, which made the price go up. A lot of the price went up because of COVID. Like we wanted to do Shaw this year, but the supplies and the material to do it is backed up. We can't get the materials until next year. So that's going to be pushed back till spring. Forest Hill, we're trying to do that. The price went up approximately another $46,000. So we're trying to make sure we get enough. We have the money, but anytime there's a change in the budget over 25%, we have to do a substantial change. We have to put it in the paper, and council has to approve it.
All right. Anything else we can share with us?
Mr. Leach, there's a
Okay,
question.
I'm gonna recognize you, Mr.
It says, how often are the large multi-unit apartment buildings being inspected?
Due to COVID, we haven't been doing interior inspections, but after the COVID ends, then we'll be doing those more on. So we have put in place a system that say 16 unit apartment, every year we'll do about 25% of the units and we'll rotate. So every 5 years, every unit should be inspected.
So do you go on private property like CMHA and stuff like that, because it's dangerous for those people to even stay in there
Yes,
in Section 8? So, what's the outcome of that? Because I know you've been getting complaints.
honestly, we haven't been getting that many complaints, but when we get them, we do go out and inspect those.
Well, you need to, I mean, the way our neighborhood looks, in the way these landlords is actually doing these tenants and stuff. I hate to say that a lot of these places need to be shut down, or these landlords should be coming to court, because it don't make any sense the way they have our residents living, and they deserve better.
I agree.
So when we're getting the complaints, which individual or which phone number should we have them call?
The normal code has been just email me.
No, they don't need, they need direct numbers.
Our
Yes.
senior citizens
Yes.
generally
Any
don't
sta- any-
reliably use email. Some do, some don't.
Yes.
But we need a phone
We need a
number,
phone number.
and we know which, we need to know, should they be calling you directly, or should they be calling some other staff person? Who should they be calling and what number?
Building and housing,
Okay.
216 216-681-2415.
681
2415.
2145 21
2415.
2415.
Okay, because they're gonna be calling. And I hope they all answer y'all phones, because y'all get ready to get a lot of phone calls.
So I actually just had a discussion with the mayor,
Mhm.
and we talked about having 3 ways of communication that people can communicate even with just City Hall. 1 would be text message, 2 would be voicemail, and the 3rd would be email. That'll be checked. So then it'll be a running record of who called and their return response. So actually he was going, I don't know if he did yet, but he was going to talk to Claude to talk about, is the phone system capable of doing that right now?
Listen to something else.
So I talked to the mayor about a suggestion to make sure that the residents are heard. So I said we should have something set up where if a resident wants to text us, they could text and we could get the text message. 2, they can leave a voicemail on the line, or 3, they can email. So he was wondering, was the phone system set up that they can receive text messages? So he was gonna ask, I didn't, even- I'm just,
So,
Not the office phone, no. they're not set up.
okay, and y'all, do y'all have personal phones that people can directly get in touch with you? I mean, like city phone, but these people need to get in touch with y'all.
You mean personal? cell
Personal
phone?
cell phone of the city.
we don't, we did. We
I mean-
did, but they,
Y'all, I don't care, they gotta go into a budget.
Is it possible we can get that in the budget for them? Get
City
cell
phone.
phones? How
It's
much is
cheap
it?
now.
Shouldn't be too much, right?
Way cheap.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it can be cheap, but initially, but if we're talking about, it's gonna have to see end up everybody having, and that's where it would get, then it gets expensive, if you get what I'm wrong.
But if you doing business, and if you can't get to City Hall, we need to get to these people, and this should have been a long time ago. We got funds that can actually cover a lot of this stuff, and we definitely need city phones.
Well, I had to beg the difference whether we got the funds. I know it seemed like it, but,
No, I mean, it shouldn't cost that much for them. These people need to get in touch with these, building the houses and counselor. I mean, cause I'm using my personal phone and I shouldn't even have to do that. I shouldn't have to do that. Counselor Martin shouldn't have to do that. Counselor Bogia shouldn't have to do that.
Well, we went-
Nobody shouldn't have to use a personal phone for these people to get in touch with us. We need separate numbers so you can keep intact who calling. We need a dialogue who's calling. So we need phones. So it won't be no excuse that they couldn't get through.
I would, that conversation would have to be
Mr. Mayor,
with the mayor and the physical commission.
we'll see him today and
Because the
we'll
physical
ask him.
commission told the city to stop having cell phones back.
But we went
Started
to, let me cut you off.
But they already know what we're going through right
Hold on
now,
a
so
second.
they really can't say that.
What was that training we went to, me, you and Patricia?
Public records.
What
and
did they say there?
The attorneys that presented it.
Right.
Attorneys from the Secretary of State office and auditors. they actually told us, and that's why we stopped, and now I only use city email addresses. We have since October 18th for counselors.
Okay,
Do not use personal emails for business
That's right.
to send anything back and forth. As a matter of fact, some of the counselors that are still doing it, I have to send them stuff. They have to start printing out copies of all these emails because they all have to be archived. Because they're using their personal emails for business. And
They shouldn't be doing it.
Right, we were at that training.
right.
And remember, now we have to do that. It all becomes public record. They've
When-
now opened up their whole computers and their whole emails to speculation and a big liability.
When do we expect the system to be fully functional?
We couldn't hear you.
When do we expect the email system to be fully functional?
Ours is fully functional. We have our own server now. Counselor Stevenson back last year, we looked into it to have council's own server separated from the administration because she didn't like the idea of it being co-mingled. We do have our own server and we have our own email addresses and domain. Council's isn't even the same email addresses we have East Clee Council. We don't have East Cleveland. Our
Okay.
email addresses are even totally separate from
Thank
what
you.
the administration uses.
Anything else, Bill Ryan, that you need to share with this terms of the budget?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay,
Okay.
we're gonna take this, Miss Councilwoman Patricia Hovek, and then you, then we'll close this out. Next
two-
5 minutes.
Two questions. One is you said that we haven't been doing apartment building inspections since COVID. Before that, it was every 5 years. Now it's what, every 7, every 8, every 10? What is it now?
No, I didn't say it's every 5 years. I said every 5 years we'll have went through every unit.
Yeah,
But when did
okay,
that-
so
So
then
we'll
it should happen every 5 years.
we'll divide it up. If it's a 4-unit, the first year we'll do 4 units. The next year we'll do another 4 units. The next year, so every 5 years, we have went through every unit.
Right, every 5 years they'll be inspected. That's what I'm saying. That's what you're saying, it seems to me.
Okay.
But then you said it didn't happen during COVID. So.
Because we're not doing interior inspections. If the house is occupied, we don't go inside. We do an interior, we do an exterior inspection. We have the buyer or the buyer or the seller submit photos for us to do the interior inspection.
So how often have they been happening since COVID?
For which type of inspection?
For a real inspection, not depending on somebody else's photographs.
So there's 2 different types. There's a rental registration inspection, there's a point of sale inspection. So I'm asking, which inspection are you talking about?
I'm not talking about the point of sale because the point of sale would happen at the point of sale. So
It's the same inspection.
well, if
Look at the
they're-
same thing.
But if they're the same,
Counselor is asking if you are actually now physically going out to inspect, instead of pictures.
Yes,
That-
we-
that's
we-
what
we-
she's asking.
For rental registration, we're not.
so
For a point
how,
of sales, we are.
so how long has it been since the rental registration
COVID, when
inspection?
COVID happened, we stopped.
So you haven't been doing it for approximately the past 2 to 3 years?
2 years, yes.
2.5, because it's closer to 3 now. Okay, when do you anticipate changing that?
I would say when the health department says it's safe for people to go in houses.
People going in houses all the time, even when they have this rental thing going on.
But from our peer group, from most the other cities, nobody's going in houses. Some people have stopped inspections altogether
Why?
because of COVID.
But that's got nothing to do with,
Everybody,
that's got nothing to do
blame
with
it
the budget.
on-
We need to have a special meeting,
yeah, yeah,
council need to have a special meeting
Yeah.
about that.
yeah, that's.
We can't do that right now. We need to move on.
yeah,
I
that's
have
cool.
another question.
Go ahead. Let's
I-
ask questions.
I would like, excuse me, I would like a copy of the HUD findings.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Leach provided for the entire company.
Yes, I will.
Give it
Thank
to
you.
Tracy, Tracy makes everybody. Anything else you want to share with us?
So what I'll share the latest letter that
Okay.
which has the finding, has our response, and then has their
Can you
latest.
share that- share it with-
uh,
can you share it with us
reply.
right now? You wanna-
Yep, I'll go on my
Okay,
email and share
please.
it too. Yeah.
Get to the meeting.
One thing that occurred to me, when we had the last, there was a HUD meeting for the community that was held on a platform, I don't remember the name other than, it was not Zoom, but it was the other one. Do you remember?
Teams.
Pardon?
It was teams that everybody was getting knocked off of.
Okay, and people couldn't get on and people were getting kicked off of. But the thing that surprised me was that I found out about that meeting just because by chance I was on the city's website and I found it. And I was not notified of it, nor was anyone else I could find, and not a scientific survey. But it would seem to me that if we're having something like that, then perhaps we could at least send it out to the list of people who've been asked to be notified for council meetings and that sort of thing.
Okay,
Okay.
I think you and I we're working together on that same thing with, we started at BZA as well, an architectural review board. So they send it to me and I'm making sure we send it, because I talked to Councilor Hoviak before about this.
Mhm.
So that's why I'm now sending the agenda and the request to participate to everybody on our list for whoever you will receive. I think that's working a little bit better now. But I
yes.
think when I was out sick, I couldn't set up that meeting. And that's what happened with that one. But that was actually Councilor Hoviak's idea, and it seems to be working better with ARB and that now.
Okay.
Okay, anything else can you share with us?
And I shared the, yeah, I sent it to,
Tracy.
Tracy.
Get it to us.
yep, I just. did
Thank you. Anything before we close out?
Nope, we're good.
Okay, we right on schedule. Thank you. And
All right.
thank you, department. I know a lot of times I'm down there, they're very busy. So, we will see, we're gonna address the mayor with this, homeowner loan, yeah, what's going on with that and why, we'll find out. We'll find out what's going on. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
Okay. All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute break and then we'll start with finance. Anybody need to do something in 5 minutes? Well,
Actually, you just keep going.
Okay.
That's it. And,
Let's go.
They can do
Let's-
IT. He
Okay.
wants to. we
No,
can do,
you wanna do IT? Yeah.
Log
Right
in.
here.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
and
do
then
this,
log
you
in,
sit here, let's do
explain
it
how-
now.
Wait
You
till
next,
the new reference.
Charles, I think we can do IT you next, okay? Okay, everybody turn the page to IT. And make sure I got it. What,
And under the mayor's,
what?
What page is
this I found, but.
You got it.
Under here where.
Got them,
where
where's
we're-
IT on here? Page 30, okay, page 30. Let's go ahead.
Thank you very much,
Alright.
Counselor. 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 That's addressed to
All right.
Counselor Martin,
All
who,
right. Council Blowback.
thank you.
All right. Okay, I got that one. You got the long one? Wait a minute, right. Person through these trying to make that over that. IT. Wait a minute. Hold on a second.
The clock is giving new one.
Yeah, I can.
Where the IT will see. I don't know if I'm out of order. Yeah, see, look,
That's what, what did you? Yeah, you got to keep it in the one.
You did.
I'm.
This isn't-
Is it in there? Okay, fine. Okay. Thank you. All right. All right.
Have to do that for Counselor Thomas.
All right. Claude, how are you, sir?
Fine, sir. How are you?
Okay, we're gonna open up, Charles, anything about, IT, you know, without these computers, the whole operation shuts down. Anything before we get to Claude, you wanna say about that? Okay, Claude, are you ready?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
I think we're just gonna go with whatever questions you guys have. The only thing I have to announce is, boy, that's loud. Is as Tracy stipulated earlier, we finally got the council on their own systems.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
They do share the network, but you're on your own stuff. You know, you got your own emails, you got your own servers. You've got your own now, and it gets you out of under the auspices of using the administration's stuff, computers and equipment. And that was the big gain for council this year. How long have we been talking about that?
Since last year.
Since
Kareem
last
and
year?
Stevenson and I approached you with that
Hmm.
because the prior clerk wanted that Granicus, that when I first started, it's like, what is this, 30,000 a year? This is not costing.
And then it was originally broached back in the Omaze era. And it just kind of, no one wanted to push it. So it's finally happened. You guys have your own stuff. Your own backed up, your own networks, everything. And that was the big accomplishment for you guys. You've also gotten all of your emails pushed out to that also. As far as IT goes, we're just moving along. I'm in I call it repair and maintain mode. The supply chain has really screwed up trying to do anything new. I have equipment that I ordered last year from the Great Flood that I ordered it in March. I haven't gotten it yet. And they're still talking about somewhere in 2023 to get the equipment. And it's not just us, it's just anything to do with computer equipment or gear has a long lead time. I had to let go of a vendor for some routers that we needed because I ordered them in March and they was talking about second quarter 2023. And I had to find a new vendor and he luckily had them in stock and the price wasn't too outrageous. So I'm still shopping equipment around. The networking gear that's was damaged, to replace that, the cost upcharge was just way too much. You know, these guys are jacking up prices. If we got it, we're going to jack up the price for you. So I'm just going to have to wait on that. Other than that, everything has been replaced as far as modernized and brought up to date with our servers. The phone system is chugging along. We upgraded that server again because we expanded with so many people. We outpaced the number of licenses that we had for our phone system. So we had to update that and go to what they call enterprise level. So we've done that. And basically that was more for the management level than it was for anything you guys would see, but it did improve the system speed a little bit.
Do you want to say a little bit more about, briefly, the professional line item and operating, just so, I see where it says 50,000. What happens? What are you doing?
What is that category again?
One is professional line item.
Yeah, and I didn't make a
And then
copy
the
for
other one-
myself.
The other one is the operating, I think operating service or something like that, operating, yes.
Professional services would be more like, that's Potassio. That's about the only thing.
Potassium is a part-time person that does
Yes,
it, right?
yes,
How many times does he come in?
maybe twice.
Twice?
It's as required.
Okay.
I
Could you
usually
repeat that
send him a
name?
text.
Potassium, he's in
Can
your,
you-
okay, but he's in your, looking your,
I see professional services.
But
Can
he's-
you please,
It's PATA.
SSI.
what I was saying was that it's
I know.
in.
thank you.
Dr.
As that
Chilton
what?
card.
IO.
Go ahead.
Yes, he comes in as required. The IT is in a funny position because typically most of the things that we use and need professional service for is for the whole city. You know, we have very little in the way of a service that we use and just say it's just for IT. You know, our firewalling, support, that sort of thing. It all comes, what's that, our central services? Yeah, because we don't do any much. Most of my budget involves tools. You know, I need tools, equipment, cabling, that sort of thing.
Do you ever go on vacation?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so
Sporadically.
When you go on vacation and something breaks down.
That's what Taz is there for. That's what Taz is there for. I have been, in fact, the last time the phones broke in, one of the pieces of equipment that died in the police department, I was in Toledo.
Okay.
And I called up Taz and he came in and took care of it, yeah.
Right, he's been with you for a while, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah, he was here full time up until 5 years ago.
Okay,
Mhm.
and then before I use my, I'm gonna leave you with Blowback, was it operating
Council.
server, is that what it is? The
Operating
50,000.
supplies.
Operating supplies, speak on that. 'Cause
Those are the things I'm talking about, tools,
Tools,
paper,
okay.
bolts, nuts, things like that that we use during the year.
Also computers that, Paul purchases for the different departments.
Computers for the different departments.
Monitors.
Thank you. I'll yield to, well, Councilwoman Patricia Willoughby.
Thank you very much, Counselor. Recently I sent you some information that sounds like it's peripheral to what you do, but one of the reasons that council has been, some people on council before I came even, were concerned that, that emails were being blocked. And that happened, to me, to various other people, when sending emails to, for example, HR or the mayor's office, or, a variety of different, the police department, whatever. And I would like some comment, you seem to say in your recent email that people shouldn't use Gmail, but if people from the community are using Gmail, does that make them more likely to get blocked by the
Possibly.
administration? And why would that be? And how is that?
Let's deal with the first part. Why would that be? Is just one of the characteristics of Gmail, Yahoo Mail, and bulk mail, and AOL Mail, all of them. They are used so much by spammers that typically every major spam blocking company at some point in time is blocking Gmail addresses. And that's not something we control. That's just something that's out there in the Ethernet.
You're saying that when people get messages that their emails to the city have been blocked, that's not the
It
city.
just might be a Gmail issue. It might be.
It might be.
And first of all, let's get into this. Email being blocked is a generic response to emails that just don't go through sometimes. I have one lady right now I'm dealing with who's saying her email was being blocked, but they're not being blocked because I checked and saw the people's email it was going to. What was happening was there was one email in her list that was no longer a valid email, and it was kicking back and giving that generic message.
Well, in Gmail, when I use Gmail, I sometimes get a message on my outgoing thing that there's something in there. And it may be as simple as having an extra colon
Yes,
in there.
but it's
And-
not going to check for the
But-
validity of an actual person's
Right.
email until
But-
you hit send.
What I get from that is that it couldn't be delivered and therefore it was placed in my outbox. But that's different than the message I personally get on Gmail when I send something and they say it's been blocked. That's a different error
Okay.
message.
Let me put it this clear and succinctly and for the record. We are on the record, correct?
Yeah, on the record.
No one's emails are being blocked. Let me emphatically repeat that. System-wide, no one's emails are being blocked. Period.
Why do you think it's the community's impression that they are?
Do you really want me to speak on this?
Go ahead.
Because people have made certain statements not knowing the facts and not knowing how things work. But the fallback response is hacked, blocked, or some other malady. instead of asking why some things don't do what they do. They say what they think that is supposed to do, or things that they're being told from people who really don't know how things work. So once that image, once that comes out with that word hacked or blocked, that stays there. You know the old saying, a falsehood goes around the world before the truth gets out of bed. That's what we have here.
So you're saying that my email that comes back saying it's blocked is a falsehood on the basis?
I'm not saying no one's blocking your emails. Now, whatever happens in the internets, we have to look at, but no one's actively blocking your emails. Now, with that being said, when we first switched over to the new mail system and we started getting our spam blocking up, there was a point in time where pretty much everything was blocked. I think Councilor Gowdy, you were part of that. Your stuff would just I didn't care where it came from. It was getting blocked. People, if I sent an email from my home, it was getting blocked. That was a matter of tuning the spam filter to watch to see, okay, that has to be check marked, that has to be check marked. And since then, that doesn't have a problem. Now, I will say this, what will possibly block you from somebody getting your email? If you put 30 or 40 recipients on it, it's gonna get blocked from somebody. Somebody's email is gonna block it. Even Gmail might even block that one, because when you have that length of recipients on it, that is one of the prime characteristics of spam. And it'll say, having multiple, very large attachments will get you blocked. So when you send out these broadcast emails, chop them down. Don't have 30, 40 people in the 2 and the CC and the BCC. Because it's going to get blocked.
Any more questions?
No, I mean, he answered. When last time you did it?
Charles, when was the last time I got a raise?
Like a year ago.
What was
when
it?
Everybody.
Like 0.5% or something?
Something like a
Yeah.
dollar.
Yeah, that's it.
Everybody gave it.
I think I'm 25. Wait a minute. Let me look at my sheet here. Because my salary split between the court and the city, from the city, I'm 28.
Hourly rate?
Oh, my total hourly rate?
Amount, I know. Salary.
Share with us the combined salaries, so everybody can know.
60.
Combined salary.
72.
72,000.
Mhm.
Now, we need to look at how much is Potasio getting? How much is he getting?
He is getting,
$32 an hour.
$32 an hour?
mhm,
All right, well, that.
but he doesn't work a 2080 a year. Yeah,
All right, $32 an hour for Potasio?
yeah.
Okay, any other questions?
And I think he's up to like,
Anything you wanna share with us?
You might want to add on to your budget.
no, I'm pretty much cool with what's there. And as far as in there asking about raises, I don't put that in there because I'm not gonna get it. So I don't put that in there. So,
I want to thank you for your work. You've been with us a long time, and you here most of the time. I see you always here. I see you running up and down, doing this and doing that.
Hey.
You are IT guy, right? Well, makes sense.
and the electrical guy and the plumbing guy and where's this in the building guy? Yeah. I've had people call me about pipes busting in. I'm not a plumber, but I know where the pipes go. So what can I say?
Thank
Sometimes
you.
it's a matter of who knows where to shut off valve.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Thank you.
All right, all right, we finance.
Yes.
The most important person in the city, we finance, right?
No. Nope. No, I'm not. Yeah.
So we don't have one of these for findings. Is that correct?
We don't have one? Yeah, I gotta find this. Everybody should have a find this. I gotta
Love
find this. What page is that?
IT.
My page is page 29.
Police and service. Thank you very much.
All right, this is tough. for me.
And what page are we on?
29,
29, because I was getting
yeah, 29. Let's go over there. Okay, give me a second.
counselor,
Mhm.
Okay. A councilwoman, Patricia Blow over there.
counselor.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
Everybody's going in.
All right. We're doing good time, aren't we? Okay. 11 o'clock. Charles.
Yeah, you guys are doing fine.
Okay, go
We
ahead.
just always put more hours in.
I want to say we can start on page 29 in here. Okay. I know at the fiscal commission meeting the other day, you were talking about you need a couple new employees, right? You want to say something about that before we get into your report?
I should have it on,
Is it in here?
so it's in my budget or ready in other employees line item.
Okay, hold on one second.
On page 29, but right there, you,
Page 29?
yeah, it's already budgeted.
It is, okay.
Yeah, I'm telling you that, it's budgeted. I have one vacancy.
You got, and the issue is, you're having a hard time filling the position, is that what's going on? or what?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Wow.
I got a lot of theories. I mean, in general, I think people in general, in United States don't want to work anymore. I mean, I think working,
How much you pay?
I don't think it has anything to pay. And the reason why I say that is because I would hope that I think you will experience going to whether a fast food restaurant, whether the grocery store, whether it's the dealership, that people are closing early because they don't have staff members. You know what I'm saying? They don't have people. I remember just last weekend, I went to Cracker Barrel in the morning and it was hectic. It was a lot of people in there, and the lady said, "Sorry, but we got a couple of servers that called off." So you just got. With that being said, people, it's a lot of jobs out there, and so my point with East Cleveland, my hiring is that we're probably not always the top of somebody's list. They applying to all different types of jobs, so they may apply here at East Cleveland. I talked to them, interview them, and what happens is either I talk to somebody and schedule for an interview and they don't show up. That happens quite often. And then if somebody does show up, I interview them and I do like them, offer them a job. They typically, tell me that they got another opportunity. So that's been what I've been facing with not being able to hire somebody. So I do have an interview this coming up Monday. I'm using Barbara Half, they're a temp agency. That's what the administration has been using the last 2-3 weeks far as trying to fill these vacancies. Barbara Half. Robert Half.
Robert Half.
Yep.
H-A-L-L.
F. Yep. Yeah.
Can you spell that again, please?
Robert Half, like Half.
Half.
Yep.
Okay.
Robert Half.
Continue.
Well, back to Counselor Gowdy's question, which was how much are we paying?
The rate, my top rate for what I'm looking for as an accounting clerk is like $20 an hour.
How many hours?
Full time.
And this is what is the
Person,
title?
accounting clerk.
County clerk?
Mm-hmm.
And they have all their duties the requirements of what they have to do.
Yep, I got a job posted, you know, so, yep, all the duties.
Put in the paper.
No, yeah, newspaper, yeah, people don't really read newspaper anymore. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, when it comes to looking for jobs, some people do, but a lot of you nowadays looking for jobs, they typically use Indeed, and we got on Indeed. Yeah, I think you can out here on one of the windows out here. I think we got, you know, and then you don't necessarily say like a whole job description, but it say we're hiring and get listed some jobs. That's even out here in the hallway.
So they know what they coming for.
Well, your job is, yeah, we could. One of the things we will, yeah, one of the things we want to do hopefully next year is, you know, the bulletin board that used to be on the wall out here, probably replace it with a monitor like these, and then have like just like how we had all the community information. We're gonna probably have that electronically on, just going like all the information going on the digitally on the wall. How much I make an hour? $40 an hour.
What is your annual salary, Charles?
It's right there. Always there. 83.
80,000?
Yep, $200.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is this a little off the record, based on your meeting a couple of days ago with the fiscal commission, basically how you think we're looking at going to the next year?
So I know we've been focused with the budget hearings, you're focused on the expenditure side of appropriations, but part of this mayor's estimate is also the estimated resources. And so if we can actually go over that or more so, if we could look at page number 9. So when I put this together, the mayor's estimate, it includes again what resources I'm estimating again 2023 and what I'm estimating how much we're gonna spend in 2023. And so in terms of the resources, if you look on page 9,
Look on page 9, mayor's estimate,
the
right?
mayor's estimate, page 9.
Okay, I see you got it marked, somebody's marking yellow here. Yeah.
That I'm just highlighting there's some important resources. That's what I'm doing, highlighting. But the total in the general fund, I want you to pay attention to the total in the general fund. It's highlighted in green.
Right at the bottom. here,
Right at the bottom there, highlighted in green all the way towards the
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
What's that, 11 million?
Yep, that's 11 million. So basically, I'm estimating you're only gonna get $11 million next year in the general fund. But the appropriations for the general fund, I'm estimating that we're gonna spend 16 million. So it's a pretty, you know, that's pretty easy to do that math in terms of I'm projecting we're spending more money than what we're bringing in.
So, we've been on the fiscal commission for
2012,
since 2012.
10 years now.
And they're tired of us, so.
And do we need, and I think this is very important, do we need to cut back on our spending based on the meeting you had with the fiscal commission a couple of days ago?
Absolutely.
Okay, and about how much would you, from you as a finance committee, what would you suggest about how much we need to cut back?
You got to cut back to $11 million. I mean, it's a simple equation in terms of you only can spend what you got.
All right, and so we got a budget now of 11 million, when we used to have a budget of about 20-something million, right?
Like far along. That's a long time ago.
Long time ago,
Yeah,
right.
long time ago.
So what's
Hold on
called,
one second.
what's causing
Wait,
the,
hold on. Okay, but let me finish my, so, of all these departments, if we're gonna be looking at, what do we need to emphasize on the cutback on the spending? Because, we're going in the wrong direction here. We're spending money we don't have. You know what was said, I don't wanna get into all that.
Mhm.
So what does this legislative body need to do with all the departments we're gonna see today to push that home?
nobody's really doing anything in terms of the department, anything like outrageous or abnormal. I mean, everybody's just kind of operating as is. It's not really in terms of spending.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of departments not really spending a lot of money that you can really cut back on outside of salaries and outside people. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's not like any departments, they just got a bunch of professional services or something like that, or supplies. Most of the expenditures is people, in most departments. So like,
And we lost revenue.
and that's really what, to answer your, I think your
Right.
question, Councilor Gowdy, I think, tell me, your question is how did we get here? Perhaps?
I mean, the scale had really dropped.
Yeah, the scale dropped and the resource dropped mainly because of, and let's take you to page number 7.
Let's go back.
So the traffic camera situation affected the High Supreme Court ruling in May have really affected the local government money that we normally get every year. If you look at local government, the line item, it's 2 line items on page 7. It says local government is GOV apostrophe T. So it's short for government fund state, and then local government fund county.
In county, right.
If you look at those 2 line items through the last 2-3 years, we were getting 1.8 2020, that was 1.8 in 20, it's not 1 point, close to 1.7 in 2020. 2021, we was at 2 million. And this year, year to date, we're like 1.8, right? Look at my estimate for 2023.
No.
422.
422,000.
422,000.
Yeah.
And this is based upon the fiscal commission supervisor, her calculations. That's something she went over yesterday with the fiscal commission in terms of the effect of the ruling or basically the law of that's set by the state of Ohio in terms of cities who operate camera ticket programs, and how basically the receipts you receive from the camera ticket program are counted against the local government money that they normally give you. So basically, because we have the program, they're taking away our local government money, most of it. I mean, they take all of it, but you see only projecting 422. But we was estimating to get 2 million. So with that being said, that's again, we talk about $2 million hit on our budget, on our resources. That's I don't know what to say. It's just really something that
So we're not getting any local government funds from the state now?
only,
Nothing at all?
yeah, not compared to what we normally get. No.
That's. Like that, so is that money that we can spend?
Yeah, but building housing they don't get nowhere, they ain't no $2 million out there. No.
So that's why.
I thought that he had a grant, oh, well, grant is
Help me out, what
That's
you
why I
talking
brought this up.
Counselor Stevenson has a question on.
Okay,
that.
I see.
You talking about the ARPA with grant, with grant.
Different that we get from building and housing, is that money that connected, or we passed something when he was saying it's $1 million. Building and houses. It was some money that came in. I have to look on my other notes.
Outside of ARPA money, you said something different?
Yeah.
I'm not, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar. Any-
I can see that CDBG or home. Street,
Okay.
I'm thinking.
All right.
So what is helping us right now is the ARPA money.
Mhm,
But with us losing about $2 million,
mhm.
we got to cut back on the spending. Right?
I mean,
Now,
Yes.
what do you suggest we need to do that?
No, honestly, counselor, I really, I'm not in that. I can help, you know, in strategizing, coming up, you know, some ideas, but, you know, ultimately, you know, this would be probably a discussion, you know, with the Mayor King, you know, and council, and yeah, I'll be involved into in terms of.
Hold it. I want to hear Ms. Stevenson, then I'll come back to you.
Counselor Stevenson.
Councilwoman Corinne Stevenson, please. She has a question for you.
I don't necessarily have a question. I have a statement.
All right.
And this city should not be losing money at all for any purpose. And I remember when the law passed, and I remember there was some discussion about this. But now I want to know, how come steps haven't been taken? We're not making any money from those camera tickets. We haven't made any money since they put them up.
Temperatures are going now, aren't they? I wish you have them to get to at the school.
they still.
That's the money that he's talking about is coming from those camera tickets. Is that correct?
Yeah, so.
Those cameras, that,
So on the issue, so that is, so the camera ticket money is still, I'm still showing that receipts in the general fund. So that, I'm still showing that's coming in, but
But
before,
the
I'm sorry, go
state,
ahead. Mhm.
the state is taking the money based on the fact that they're cutting our budget based on the fact that we're getting camera ticket money.
That's correct.
So why are we getting camera ticket money? Because we're not getting $2 million in camera ticket money. And we have not, every projection for camera ticket money in the last 10 years, none of the projections have come true. So we have put ourselves in a trick bag, because that's what that is. And we need to move legislation to get rid of the camera ticket.
And I'm for
And
it.
I don't know how we can do that because it was put on the ballot and the people voted for it.
But we have to put it back. on
So
the-
you have a situation here that we need to deal with immediately, but we've got some planks in the road.
We can put it back on the ballot hopefully and avoid it because it's not bringing in no money, no revenue for the city. So if the residents get a whiff of this, they're gonna sign off on it. Real
So, I mean, the situation is kind of with the saying two having a dozen. I'm not sure if I got it right, but so if you take away the camera ticket program,
Yeah.
you still take away,
How much are we getting?
so we're getting on page 9. So on page 9, I highlighted the two line items. So in 2020, even in the pandemic, so 2020 was the lowest we got in quite some time, because obviously that was the pandemic, but we still ended up about 900,000. And then in 2021, we got 1.4 as of when I put this report together. That was like a couple of weeks ago. We year to date, we got about 1.2 million. So you're still going to take, so you get rid of the program, you still take away about 1.2, 1.4 million dollars out the general fund budget.
We can't
Okay,
afford that right now.
okay.
We can't afford to take any money away right now, right?
I mean, again, it's, you can't, you have one, you can't have both. It's just,
But you pay more out than get. You put more out. The federal government is taking more money than what we getting, so it ain't benefiting us.
so to a point, like, so the camera ticket, so even though the 1.2, we still got to pay them a portion, we have a fee that we pay them. So you have to deduct their fee from there. I mean, we're making some money. We are,
But let me.
just
can I-
not as much as the local government.
Can I interject right here?
Yeah.
Okay, this is $1.2 million you're saying that we're gonna lose. But the way I see it, somebody need to get busy writing some grants to
Mhm.
supplant that, to bring that money back in here. There's plenty of money out there that can be accessed by cities and governments that would fill that hole. Okay,
Yeah.
because we are not in a position, we are in fiscal emergency. We are not in a position to lose any money for any reason.
Anything.
It does not even make any sense. So whatever steps we need to take to resolve this, we need to do it.
And it's a burden on our city because the more money they take, the less money we make.
That's right.
And ain't nowhere in the world we should be under when we should be over.
So as a finance director, what should we be doing?
I mean, you mentioned a couple of ideas. I mean, they all sound good in terms of, obviously looking for some grants and
Grants?
it's,
Okay.
and then you really have to, again, talk with the mayor, in terms of the program itself and really just,
Do you think if we could, you said we brought about $800,000, right?
yeah, that was in 2020.
But a portion of that went to the company anyway. We
Yeah.
didn't get all that money.
Yeah, we didn't get on, yeah, exactly. We paid them, like you want to see their fee, so you can understand the net
It's like
effect.
Half or more.
I mean,
Page,
Yeah. We don't make no money.
on page
Exactly.
25, you'll see their fee. Mhm.
Okay, all right, we're here.
At the very top of the central services,
Right, we said automatic.
automated track. So that number there is the fee that we have to pay the vendor. So you subtract that number from the 1.2, 1.4, and that's what we net out. So it's about $1 million, I would say, after you paying.
Based on what Ms. Stevenson is saying, do you think you need to get rid of? Well, come on, give us your.
I really can't.
Come on, I want. Let me hear you, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I can't. This is discussion you gotta have with the mayor.
you know he ain't gonna do it.
Because I'm not.
I mean, we're losing 800,000, right?
Mhm.
So if we cut this program out, we don't get that anymore, right?
That's correct.
We wasn't getting that anyway. But we're not getting that anyway, Martin. We're only getting half of that.
We don't pay more out, but
Go ahead. Steve.
We're only getting half of that.
Okay.
We're only getting $400,000 of the $800,000 that we're collecting.
Mhm.
So any way we look at it, it's not worth it. In the final analysis, we're making $400,000 and we're losing 2 million.
Yeah.
Then we need to make a decision to let state get rid of it.
But your problem is that the people voted for that camera ticket stuff under Norton. So I
I'm pretty
don't know if we can just legislate it away.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think that we
we
need to
might
go
be
back.
able to. Let's get a legal.
But yeah, you gotta get legal
Yeah.
opinion. I think, I'm pretty sure Mayor King and Chief of Staff, I imagine they know what's going on. And I can't, they may have to, I know they will have to kind of explain to you their perspective of the camera ticket situation and whether they believe the program is necessary, needed, because I think the mayor, I think I heard him just talk about the safety. I think he is big on the fact that he believes the program not necessarily a revenue driven thing, but he believes that just the program does slow down motorists in the school zones because they know the camera there. So that's just what I believe I heard him say before about it. But again, you got to have this conversation along, with me. I'll be there, but it has to be, him
And-
involved with this
and-
as well.
Can I, Mark, Mr.
Yes,
Minister?
go ahead, Ms. Stevenson.
I think also what would help is when we first got on council, we passed legislation to reduce the speed limit on Euclid Avenue.
Mhm.
To this day, that reduced speed limit has not been posted. And people are still flying up and down
Yeah.
Euclid Avenue. So, I mean, what are we doing? Going out the world backwards. So, I mean, that in and of itself would help. Can we just post the speed limit so people know? I don't know how you can write a person a ticket on a road where there's no posted speed limit. Because if you
Right.
write me a ticket where there's no posted speed limit, and I go to court, I'm gonna fight. Because ain't no posted speed limit. So that's something we also need to explore as a result of this camera ticket thing.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, just a lot of think, just gotta be a lot of thinking, and a lot of brainstorming that needs to happen.
You're gonna be here most of the day. We're gonna see what the meeting have to say, because we're going, based on the fiscal commission meeting 3 days ago, both you guys down here, we're going in the wrong direction.
We've been going in the wrong direction.
We got
Hello?
spending.
Hello?
They said that certain things are happening, that should be coming through them for approval, not happening.
That's right.
It was
Like
very,
the ARPA
it was
money.
very, she was very upset, and Miss Mike, she was very upset.
Is there a recording of that meeting?
They don't.
No,
I don't
no.
know if they record that.
They don't record them.
But I was there, and the clerks were there, and we kind of took notes. They can give you something, but basically it boiled down to the fact that you got to cut, I would talk, I said, got a spending problem, and they agreed.
Or, we have a revenue problem, or you could look at, we have a revenue problem.
Well, I don't know how to give you. Oh, okay, all right. Would you see that she gets it then? Thank you. Okay. Mhm.
Ms. McKay does not send out announcements to,
Who was?
to me.
All right. I mean, to the council period.
And she said she doesn't do that.
She doesn't do it because we can't talk, so it don't really matter. I mean, we can go, but we can't
Well,
talk.
yeah, but she's still, it's a public meeting
Yeah,
and she is responsible for the public meeting. And I think she is deficient for not sending out announcements of that public.
We'll put in a request to do that. Okay.
we can send it. They, the clerks can send it.
Huh?
Yeah, the
We'll
clerks
try to
can
do
send it.
that. Plus, she had a lot to say. I think she'll say right. We'll give it a try. Okay.
Mhm.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Let's hold that.
You have to look at the website 5 times a day if you want to find out what's going on. And that's not always accurate. Okay, I have a couple things. One is that there's been a lot of discussion over the past 21 years that I've lived in East Cleveland about people being paid under the table at businesses in East Cleveland. And the feeling is, the consensus of the unofficial survey I've taken over the past 21 years is that Rita should be responsible for doing some kind of periodic check on the businesses. And I've been told, well, I know of several people who say they've been paid under the table at the gas stations. Now, if anybody looked at the records of the gas stations, I would think, and I have not been able to do this, so I have no assurance, but I would think that it would very clearly say that they hired half the number of employees they need, and the rest are being paid under the table.
Mhm.
Because obviously they need a certain number of employees in the building all the time. Are we doing anything to try to get Rita to look into that, or are we doing anything to look into that? That's one question.
And
And I have more. I'm not done.
So-
Okay. You wanna address the first question? Can you go to the next one?
Okay, yeah, so that's a good question, that's a reality. Yeah. I'm pretty sure, positive that whether Rita, they don't have I believe like a tax enforcement division, and what I mean by that, like people on the streets, on the field, going out into the communities and checking on. I believe that's the service they provide. that's something that the city used to do when we had a tax department. I remember, we had one tax enforcement officer. But so it's something that, as you bring out, I can explore in terms of whether it could be in conjunction. Maybe that's something, a position we can hire and internally, and then they will still have to like report the information to Rita because they are the ones who's holding our database. But that's something that, it may be worthwhile. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you got to figure out the cost benefit of that, right? The position and the pay of that person versus how much taxes that you hope that they can collect, and hopefully the position they can bring as much as they.
That those gas stations all make plenty of money. And I would venture to guess that if they had to pay people enough to make up for the taxes,
Mhm.
that it wouldn't harm the business to any significant extent. That's my guess. I don't know that for sure.
But that's a good idea, good thought, or just knowing that yes, we know we have some businesses in the city who probably not, they're not paying their people, and taking taxes out.
That's babysitting or something.
You're not thinking about that, right? Yeah, you're talking about the stores and the gas stations, right? Okay.
I have a question. Where do we do our banking?
We do our banking with US Bank, Key Bank, and Star Ohio is our investment account.
I want you to hold a question. I just wonder, with Q-Bank going now, when people go up to the ATM on what's it Boulevard?
That's US.
US Bank.
Key Bank is the one I'm
Could
usually
we
thinking about.
take our money and put it in the other ones? I mean, it don't look like they're coming back to you. I asked the manager one day, he said they were shooting around here and it was a safety issue. They're not maintaining it. They're not maintaining it. It's just like, no respect. I can kick my head. And they call themselves US Bank and that.
I get you. Right.
We got, what, a million in here or something like that?
Yeah, I try to keep that account because it's like I call it our operating account. Like I pay most of the bills out of that account, but I'm gonna keep like all the money in there because it doesn't bear any interest. So that's where.
So should we leave the money there, should we switch it to the other banks? What do you say?
I think, the thought behind, the US Bank, and it still here is banking in, the community having a deposit account with a bank that's in your community.
Well, only thing we have now the ATMs.
So it's not, okay.
7-8 months now.
More than long time.
So yeah, if that's something, council wants to bank with somebody else, it really doesn't matter to me. It is, you would have to, we probably need to do, I know, not probably will need to do like a RFP to just ask all the other banking institutions to see who would give us like the best, rates. Yeah, best deal.
Can you look into that? And I think we need to send a letter to US Bank about this condition of the ATM again.
Well, the ground,
Excuse me.
I'm not done. I have had,
Hold it.
no, I'm not done.
Let's keep it
And you've
quick.
been talking
Go
another
ahead,
time.
guys. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I was saying there was was that their parking lot by their ATM is disgusting. And I sent a message to Ms. Story about that, asking what they were gonna do. I picked up the cans to take to the fire department for the burn unit.
I don't think she did.
They moved her to Shaker, then I heard, 3 weeks ago, she got one to do something different.
She's doing some kind of distance thing that has to do with their internet stuff, as I understand it. But she hasn't been working at Shaker, I don't think, since the
Oh, wow.
beginning of this calendar year. She
Okay.
took a break at the end of December or the beginning of January, and then she was gonna do this different job description. But they were at that point in time still talking about reopening the branch. Okay, my next, I'm-
Hold it, guys, please. Do what you said you were gonna do. We take one more question from Ms. Hope, whatever your question, then you're gonna get your time.
I know,
guys.
he keeps
Patient.
talking about other stuff.
Okay, well, we're back on the budget now. Go ahead, Ms. Moore.
okay, regarding contracts, one of my specific concerns is the oversight of these contracts. And one thing I'm looking at particularly is the grass cutting contract. Now, I know that when it was called to my attention that the RFQ was not accurate because some people said there was no response and some people said the response was outstanding. Also, the adding up and the computing of the scores was not accurate. But the final thing that I had a concern about, I was home once and they started cutting down my perennials. And then they cut down the tree lawn of the neighbor, an occupied house. And then they went across the street and they were cutting down the tree lawn of another occupied house.
Mhm.
Maintained, no problem. Then they had a neighbor next door property. They were cutting that and it wasn't long.
Mm.
Then they went to the house next to that, directly across the street from me, and were cutting down that tree lawn. Then they went to the one next to that.
Who's doing all this cutting? Who are you talking about?
It's the employees of Wendell Lovelace.
Reconstruction.
So they were cutting down 6 properties. And the only thing that was long was my perennials, which are supposed to be longer than one's grass. But I called this to the administration's attention. I'd like to see some sort of oversight. It's my understanding that when a person's property is long, the procedure is to send them a letter, say, your grass is long. If you don't cut it, we're gonna send somebody out and
That's correct.
correct. But this was 6 properties that they were cutting. And when I tried to get them to leave my perennials alone, the guy argued with me that the perennials were causing bees and the bees were gonna
Yeah.
At any rate,
Antonio, so yeah, when Antonio, when he.
I think she got off my property.
well, actually, it wasn't, it was too long. It was just taking-
Yeah, when Antonio, when he comes to do his budget hearing, cause he's overseeing the grass cutting, I think you wanna bring that to the attention.
These groups of whoever they're doing these cuttings, just put over there in the council, we're gonna ask me what's going on with
Okay,
this.
it's my
with
turn.
this stuff.
Mhm.
It's my turn.
All right, go ahead, Doc.
And don't cut me,
Go ahead, Dolly.
my conversation.
Go ahead.
$3,000, is they giving out more $3,000? Is that what's in the budget? How is that going? Because first of all, they gave out one check for $3,000. Then they turn it around. Is they giving out another $3,000 or is it the 300? Is that in the budget of the article?
So that's something you had to,
You can ask me.
you gotta ask the mayor in turn. So I did,
Cut checks, right?
Yeah, I did that. I'm talking about far as the estimate, the budget. I did anticipate, you know, basically the mayor initially, I guess it was $3 million that was told. Yes, the homeowner grant program last year when it was came about, he said the total budget of that was $3 million. So I'm still carrying forward, you know, the balance of what's been spent so far and whatever is remaining. So the ARPA monies is on
Okay.
36.
And so the 3 million you said that got passed when last year?
I ain't say nothing getting passed. I didn't say, I just said when he announced it.
Because they're handing money out to people out of our general fund.
So
They're not handing out money out of ARPA because they can't. This money is coming out of our general fund. Tell them, Charles.
Try to get me in trouble.
That's why.
So the homeowners grant got its own line item, home improvement. Is it cut 36? At the top where it says ARPA fund, that's American Rescue Plan Act. 36 at the top, page 36. So look for the line item that says home improve. Oh, yeah. 2242 2351 5237. Yeah. So in 2023,
Says home
the
improvement.
fund is ARPA.
Then there's 1 million, 1.9 million, and 1.7.
1.7, yeah.
Current, ladies and gentlemen.
Honestly,
I see the ARPA, the
Yes.
529.
The home improvement,
Oh,
5237.
okay,
Okay.
5237.
So I'm estimating
I see.
spending 1.7 million because a year to date this year, only when I put this report together, spend a little over $1 million for the home program.
So we don't have to come. We'll talk later.
What's the balance we have?
On what?
The 3 million. This is a home improvement. This is where you get the 303,000.
Yes. So
Hold up, y'all.
so from last year to 2021, that's the first.
Hold on.
So that to answer your question about $3 million and what's the balance? So we only spent 27 million last. Let me see, 27,000. Add right now as the year to date this year, a little over $1 million. So we spent $1,030,000. So you subtract that from 3 million to get your balance. Let's see.
And then the senior stimulus, that's that 300, seniors still getting
The 300.
300. Okay.
That's almost $1 million. That's why we're losing money. Because this is not authorized, it's not approved.
So a little, $2 million left.
It's hard that's saying that he can spend money, but all money is supposed to come through council first.
I think she mentioned Breckler.
All he does, all they're supposed to do is administer the ARPA funds. They don't have a right to tell us how to spend no money.
But
They don't have any authority
we
for that.
we'll talk to Mayor King when he comes because
Yeah.
this is really necessary. Because this is money that should be, coming before council, every penny.
And my understanding is they did another stimulus thing, they did,
For the mayor raise.
they did another one for 3,000.
I know they did another one for the 300.
300.
Yes.
That's what I-
Mhm.
Now, we argued that about a year ago, and we went back and forth, but we never got it. they just went on and did what they did. So,
And we can't let him continue doing what he wanna do,
We
even
can't
though
do that.
he's the mayor, he has to do protocol. We are his,
you know, let's get-
yeah, the legislation body for him to even come to us. It's not even in writing. In trouble for it later, but.
That ain't your issue, we'll deal with that, we'll see him in about an hour.
But as far as, the finance budget is concerned, I mean, it's pretty, nothing's changed. It's status quo going into 2023. Only thing we need is just,
Just a couple more
pardon, yeah.
employees
Mhm.
that to support what you're doing.
Or just
And-
really
and
one.
make sure-
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not that I haven't tried.
The other thing is, before you go summarize your feeling about the fiscal commission, what was your feeling about? I want the council to hear this.
Yeah. Yeah, just some things, actions that took place that it just, in terms of just notification, that they,
Okay.
in terms of like, some, OPWC loan, like, anything that's a loan related, we just have to get their approval, no
Right.
matter how good of a deal it is in terms of, I mean, it's 0%, no interest on them, but you still just have to go, you have to get their approval of any time we finance any debt in any way. I mean, vice versa.
Yeah, I mean.
Would-
Part of it was, the part of it was, yes, that's correct.
Okay, we'll ask him when we see him. Okay.
But I think besides that, I think the main issue is our resources and how how it just, the reduction of our local government revenue has just really imbalanced our budget or what we normally spend, and it's,
I don't understand how that happened.
it's an issue that, I don't know how we're gonna address, but we're gonna have to address it because they're just not gonna allow us to overspend.
So we've got to start paying back now. And what about the $120 million development supposed to take place next year and all that? I know it's gonna take a few years, but we building $300,000 homes in the Valley's area
Mhm.
and.
Yeah.
Those 5 houses, would be about 300,000 homes.
Yeah, it's,
We'll increase the tax rate.
yeah, that's what you want, but like you said, I mean, I don't know I haven't been involved with the timeline of that, but I mean, I don't know. I know they're gonna clear some land. Land is already cleared. You got to build, you got, everybody's facing the, you call it, supply chain issues.
Okay.
So, the material, they're gonna have to get the material, they're gonna have to get the workers, they're gonna have to build. And then you build, and then you gotta get inspected, and then now you gotta try to sell the units. And so, we're just talking about couple of years, 3 years, in terms of just everything coming to fruition.
Mhm.
So in the meantime, though, we got our situation right now.
And then the issue is price everything may be going up by the time we start. doing
Yeah,
what we're doing,
and that's the
right?
thing. Everything, that's the thing, as counselors, you have to think about just the services we want to provide the citizens, but cost inflation is affecting everybody, and it's affecting even the services we provide. So the question is, unfortunately, just it's something that you don't like to think about, but everybody's passing the cost on to you. And that's the reality. Milk is costing more, everything, and it's passing the cost on to you as a consumer. So my thing is, council needs to consider how perhaps we have to pass some of the costs of us running the city to our residents somehow, because costs getting passed on to you, whether you like it or not. You're not getting any saving when you go to the grocery store and, you know, a loaf of bread costs, I don't know, $3, $4 now, you know? You just, you know, understand that's the economics of the situation. The economics is affecting everybody. And what I'm saying is, if we want to continue the level of services that we want to provide our community, they just, how do we provide them and we're not getting any extra money?
Because ain't nobody looking, like our banks and stuff, it should be somebody like our police officers, instead of them flying up and down the street like they used to. They should have been at the banks, you know, helping out, you know. We ain't got nothing in our city that actually hold nobody in it. It's empty.
Talking
Only
jail.
thing that we have, a jailhouse and a lot of people with gas stations and fast food.
Mhm. Yeah,
Follow up on the bank situation with US
Yeah.
Bank.
okay.
I think corporate people don't know what they do. Our
Looking like
situation
that.
look like-
You said the corporate people don't?
Yeah, they don't.
Oh, right, yeah, right.
Okay, we'll close it off. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I know we spent a lot of time with. Okay, who's next?
We know where to find you.
Yeah. Well, if we need to, we'll find.
Hello.
Give me a minute. Fire is next, right?
Yes, sir.
Long. Oh, here you go. I got a fire. Where's fire in this, what's the number on here, Charles?
Page 35
Page 35.
and 34, brother. I mean 19 rather.
19.
35 and 19.
Okay, 19.
And 35 would be part of it.
Okay, I think we're ready. Give me 1 second. Fire. We put a lot of time with you, huh? Keep going.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can start.
Where would you like me to start? You want me to just go through the packet that we have here?
Well, before you get started, Charles, anything before we get to the board, anything you want to say about the fire department? You sure?
That's why I'm here. Right. So as you can see, based off what we sent to you, you can see our staffing levels. You can see what our objective is as a fire department. And you can also see what our needs are. And these are things that I've already talked about with finance. We've come up with what we could do and what we need. But really, what specific questions can I answer for you? Like I say, everything is pretty much laid out for you.
Staffing you doing okay?
No,
No, okay. Talk to us, come on.
I mean, well, it's here.
Got 31 current.
Right. So here's the thing, Mr. Martin, me and you, actually, us in council have already talked. We're way behind in that. We're at 31. Hope we need probably about 10 more minimum. But right now it's just is what it is.
We have things out, to have people coming here that want to be hired to do.
Until we can start paying, we're gonna lose people and we're not gonna get people.
So
We're gonna get people for a little while, but we're not gonna be able to keep them. That's just the reality of it.
So you get the experience and it goes to
Exactly.
So how much is it?
Starting again now, they're coming in 35,000, which is significantly better than what it was.
how much?
35,000. Yeah, I
Starting
mean,
salary.
so that it's gone up from even when I came in on this department. But at the end of the day, firefighters can, most cities are starting their guys off. Cleveland's starting the firefighters off at 60,000 after the academy. 64 to be exact.
Wow.
You got a city like Solon that has firefighters coming in making $75,000. So we're behind that. We're behind it. So the thing is, we can get people in for a short time, but we're not going to be able to keep them. So really staffing is really not a whole lot can be done about it at this moment unless we find somebody who has a lot of money that wants to give to the city. Yes, we just got a grant approved to hire, but again, I need $500,000. It's 2 years to be used over 2 years. Right, Charles is aware of it, city's aware, mayor is aware of it. So $500,000, well, it's just over 500,000 to hire.
To hire?
Yes, hire up to 5. We have 2 years to spend the money. So we just got to prove that.
We're not getting it.
I didn't hear a word you said. Yeah. Mhm. Yes.
I'm gonna be able to just keep around there. We don't have anyone stepping up for these positions?
Yeah, she has nothing to do with it. Here's the problem. First off, as you all know, I mean, finance is having a hard time finding people. Jobs, period, are having a hard time. I have suburb the chiefs from other cities. They're having a hard time keeping people because people just aren't seeming to work right now. So, but the problem is it makes it even more difficult because people do want to come and work in East Cleveland. But they just know I'm not going to get paid any money. I can go there and get some experience and have fun getting the experience, but that's going to be the end of it.
This estimate right now.
I don't have it now, but we haven't did the 2022 appropriation. So when I do the
Okay,
appropriation.
because I needed to know.
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
all money is.
I didn't realize, till like last week.
Yeah, the grant we just got approved for it. So that's probably why he wouldn't have had it.
And so we know that.
Handling our overtime while we telling ourselves.
It's going to be overtime. We have a minimum manning clause, which means we have to make sure we keep 10 people on duty every day. And since we are at 31 members, counting myself, so 30 members really, it's going to be overtime. So we need people. We got 2 people coming in next week, and then a 3rd person coming in 2 weeks after that. But we're still,
Is it 2 new hires?
yes.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
So what they coming in?
What do you mean? What are they coming in with? They're coming in at the new rate, 35,000.
For the $65,000, so we can try to keep people stable.
If you have the money to give us that, council,
Instead of running in here, running back out.
so I was about to say, so you can cut back firefighters if you want to. And what's going to happen is you're going to have a slower response time. East Cleveland has one of the fastest response times in Cuyahoga County. And so you're going to lose that. So that,
Go ahead.
The other thing is, Ms. Gowdy, is that the city already owes the firefighters $100,000 or more, 100,000, something like that.
Something was said earlier, we got it about.
Yeah, we owe them money that we are not paying them, and I don't understand why they can't be paid if the courts have said that we owe them this money, but we're not paying them. My other thing is,
Hold your thought right there. Can we pay them some of that money out of ARPA money?
No, definitely.
No, you can't use our-
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
my other thing is, there was a program between the high school, the fire department, the police department.
Yeah.
It's my understanding that it's not functioning.
no, so Shaw High School does not have one functioning at this time. Right now, Warrensville does. However, December 1st, I will be back in talks with the high school. We may have a possible candidate who's willing to come in and take over the program. That's been the dilemma. The program has not had an instructor. The instructors that they have had have always left because they really weren't getting the support from the school system. So we have an instructor that's coming in that knows how everything is supposed to be done. He's going to lay it out to the school board or to the principal. to the director over vocational and make it clear that if you want me, this is what's gonna have to happen.
Okay, and the other last thing is, you say you got a grant for $500,000.
Yes, ma'am.
These grants are coming in to the city, but they're not coming to the council to be accepted. A grant award is supposed to come to the council for accept, all monies coming into the city are supposed to come into the council to be accepted, and it's not happening.
We gotta make that happen. Another thing is, and I've been thinking about this. Some months ago, we met with the Petty Group.
Yeah, last year.
Remember, we met them last year
Mhm.
about this. I think if we can get some of these high school students in shop. Get them in here.
Of course, and that's what I'm saying. That's the idea.
Because if I'm 19 years old and I'm making 35.
Yeah,
I'm rolling.
And they get.
That's right.
Right.
And they get.
So keep going.
Yes.
We'll go back to. pay.
So it's already set. We're going December 1st.
Okay.
You want us to go with?
If you'd like to, I mean, it's already set. The school knows what needs to be done. Well, here's the thing, the school is not opposed to it at all. They just, the issue has been finding somebody that can fill that spot.
We've met with him off and on. Delegate some, they never get. I'm talking about yesterday. I say, they never follow up on me.
Right. So like I said, we have the person who's in place. He wants it. He's made it clear to me that he's willing to come over, Chief Wilcox. He's willing to come over to leave Warrensville's program and come to Shaw.
Yeah.
He used to be a chief here. Mhm. Right. So currently he's running Warrensville's program. I've been dealing with his kids. They come here and do ride time. So.
Okay, December 1st, let's just, let me put know, because I
Yeah,
never,
yes.
if you guys want to go, you
Yeah,
can.
we definitely.
You guys want to go. Because I'm tired of.
And really, and honestly, here's the thing, Mr. Martin. Honestly, we probably can handle it because the school is not opposed to it. The school has been begging for it. The whole issue has been is we have not found, right, even when we brought it to him, we didn't have anybody. That's the problem. So now we may have somebody. He's going to talk to them. He's going to see if the things go the way that he wants. He's made it clear to me that he wants to do the program, but we have to see. So.
Okay, now, if I, all of us show.
I'm sorry.
Had somebody in place.
Okay, well, that person is long gone. So since I've been upstairs, there has not been anybody in place. And so that's what we need. The school has to be caught up on a lot of things. They're behind. And so that's going to be the good thing. If we can get Chief Wilcox to come in, he knows all that needs to be done. The school is willing to support it.
Okay, so are you comfortable with all of us being and you want to cover?
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with, right. So I'm okay with me and Wilcox going up there December 1st. We've already said it. Like I said, the school is on board. It's not even a matter of they don't want to do it. Yeah, last year we dealt with it. No, the problem was then, it wasn't that they weren't trying to cooperate. We couldn't find anybody.
Now we got.
Now we possibly, hopefully this meeting will go fine. Yes, sir.
Okay. Right.
Yes, I'll definitely, soon as we get any information, you will have an email. Just please answer my email.
Come back to you about, the next council meeting.
I'm sorry.
No, we went to December 1st. So as soon as you meet, we'll let us know.
Right. Right. So the reality is, like I said, we'll definitely make sure that we have everything in place for that.
Do you have any other concerns with? We all fine with the fire. Do you have any other concerns? Let you go. So we move on.
Yeah. So one of my concerns is Tracy has already worked it out, and you all met on it once about the engine 112. What are you?
We give. Oh.
Yeah, I think you all met on it once, but here's the, if you will.
Yeah, but let us.
Yeah.
That's, they just would like to go ahead. And it's sitting there, it does us no good.
Yes.
Yeah. Right, so we just need that to be, because right now, yeah, right now, we're sitting on their property and he's like, because it still belongs to the city. He just says he would like to wrap this up before the year is out. And so I just need you guys to make that happen. And so. Right. And so again, just to touch back on the school, the other big issue, which again, this is why it's going to be good to have somebody like Wilcox who understands it. The school was never accredited. So what that meant is that all the kids who went through the program in the past, they went through it for no reason. They had to come out of school and go back to school. So we were able to actually get, the city actually hired about 3 or 4 guys out of the program that are still with us. Matter of fact, one of them is Lieutenant Starks. But so that was the problem. So that's the issue. But again, that hopefully will all be resolved if we can get an actual accredited teacher, instructor.
Well, you gonna put that out, right?
All we need to do is get everything approved by the city.
Let's get something done. I'm tired of meeting with them. I'm really frustrated with some, they never follow through. They do. So have you meet with the principal, it doesn't never gets done. So you know what you have to do.
So, well, yeah, we have the direct contact of one person, Miss West, and she's the one that's been keeping things moving.
Okay, well, we'll, thank you.
Okay. Good. If you want to give it, I'm never going to turn it down. Know that, because I am the lowest paid chief in the county. Like my guys are lowest paid department. Because you do realize that all the chiefs make 6 figures everywhere else. Council, thank you so much.
Oh, okay, that's an easy one, all right? Hold it, let me make sure I got my, give 1 second.
Okay.
What page is that, Charles? Let us know. I got human resources, it's in here. What page is it on this document here? Page 31. 31. Thank you. You have a big staff, don't you?
Right. Yeah, it's about 170 of them. Okay, so I want to say, thanks for having me. This is my first budget hearing. Yeah, so it's a little different from me, and I have no clue what I'm supposed to be saying. Well, when it's involved in employees, yes, I do a lot to say with that. But I just, that's just a. Oh, okay. So I only have 2 people in my department, which is myself and Renee Kendall, who is my executive assistant.
Renee Kendall?
Yes. Yeah, first.
Okay, continue.
Okay, for our staffing, that's all you need at this time. Let's see, everything else is pretty much self-explanatory. Office supplies needed that training. I do want to, going into 2023, get more training for our employees and our staff. It's very important for me, especially renewing our policies and procedures. That's actually what I'm working on now with LexiPol, is upgrading our policy and our procedures. And then also working with an employment employment law lawyer, who is going to help with the sexual harassment training, any different harassment trainings for the staff. Let's see. Just some HR trainings that I have coming up is I'm a part of the Human Resources Professional Services, which is called SHRM. They have some, yep, the Sherman Conference coming up next year. And then I have little trainings here and there for Renee and myself, just to make sure that we're up on any employment laws and things like that.
What about civil service commission training?
That as well. So I am the civil service secretary. And I would like to, our civil service commissioners are fairly new in their roles as well as I am. And they have trainings which are free in Columbus, but going out to those to get them. So there's a total of 2.
2 new ones?
Yes, there was a total of 3. One resigned, but we're looking for another person.
Yes.
Dr. Hunter. Mhm.
Dr.
Dr. Rever, yes. Mhm,
David Hunter,
mhm. And then we have President,
he resigned or is he still with us?
he resigned.
He resigned, right.
Mhm.
So who are the 3 we have right now?
Sure, so we have 2. So
Two,
it's,
two,
mhm.
okay.
So our,
3.
a total of 3. One more, yes.
Who did- who-
So we have Phyllis Mosley is our
okay,
president.
She's new, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And who the
And
other-
then William Underwood.
Okay, I don't know who that.
Yeah,
I
he
don't
is,
know.
he's actually a detective. Mhm,
Detective?
yes.
Okay.
That,
So we
not
just
for
want
the
to-
city, but for the county, but he lives in the city.
Are we trying to get another person?
Yes. Mhm.
Any other concerns?
Nope.
I just wanna, to train, what about I know that, Aflac and Colonial Penn and all like that, they're gonna, this is their last day here or something like that?
No, so we're gonna have our benefits, open enrollment would be the 29th and the 30th of November.
Okay, benefits,
Mhm,
enrollment period, right?
yes,
What's that again?
the 29th, November 29th and November
Oh,
30th.
okay, next
Mhm,
week, huh?
yes, well, in 2
Week or
weeks,
two-
yep,
couple
2
days,
weeks.
November 29th, and what's the other date?
And the 30th,
Okay,
and it'll be here in the courtroom. And the times are from 1 PM to 3,
1
both
p.m.
days.
to 3?
Yes,
In here?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Ms. Stevenson, go ahead. Ms. Stevenson, go ahead.
Robert Half, okay, sorry,
About this open enrollment,
yes.
do you have to participate if you don't want to change anything? Or do you have to fill out this form every year?
Yes, you have to fill out a form every year, not fill it out, but what we have is what you already have on the form and you're just reviewing it and signing and saying, yes, I agree to my selection.
Any other questions? We can move on. Go ahead, Ms. Logan.
Last year you sent us copies of it. We didn't show it to the meeting.
Okay.
Reviewed it recently.
Oh, that's what they did. Oh. We have, yeah, so it's gonna be in the meeting, so we'll have those paper copies and you have to sign off on. Yes, I do want to add, that we are using a temporary agency right now called Robert Half.
Yeah, we heard about that.
okay,
Okay, right.
Okay, I just wanted to make you aware where you've been, using, we
It's
got
hard
quite
to
a,
get employees.
it is,
Isn't it?
yes, and that's just across the board, like, I don't know where people is finding this money and not working, but I would like to know. But we have been having meetings, with, I've been having meetings, the mayor and I, with other mayors and municipalities regarding cross, like sharing employees.
Mhm.
So we're just trying to figure out how that works because
And it's temporary.
everybody,
Robert Half, right?
Robert Half is a temporary agency,
Okay,
yes.
so Councilwoman Patricia Blovier.
I would like to have the materials to read ahead of time. How do I obtain materials ahead of time to read?
Regarding benefits? Yeah, I can get those to you.
Okay, any other questions?
You're
We wanna
welcome.
move on, when you get you guys out of here on your Friday. Thank you, Shamika.
You're
Thank
welcome.
very much.
Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you. Put the good work.
Thank you.
Okay, who's next? We got a break? What time is it, 1 o'clock? Huh? Okay.
Request for legislation portion of the charter that says, once all contracts come before council, $2,500, or what the state administrator.
right.
So, council president, we sent it up, we took out that part of that said, whichever is the greater that the state. and what is-
You want to talk about that?
Cities.
Come on in. Are you representing the mayor?
Other cities follow all the law.
Represent the mayor's office. I
Yeah,
represent the mayor.
okay, we want to see him at one, but we just finished, HR, he can come now if he wants to, we can let him know.
Okay. I just need, I prepared the thing and I'm just really getting back in town. So. Charles, you got my
Did you have a safe trip?
I did. I
Okay.
did.
Welcome back to the great city of East Cleveland.
Well, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, we'll take a break, everybody, we'll take a break to 1 o'clock. I'm gonna run.
The goal of the office itself is to properly and efficiently respond to phone calls, either from partners or the community, but concentrating on residents in the community to increase services. Our goal is to increase the amount of answered phone calls. We pay close attention to that. We put our efforts into ensuring that we answer as many calls as possible and to increase the number of messages responded to. That's the goal of the office.
Well, right there about, the average, how many calls you get on a daily basis?
We get about 70, 75 calls a day. And that's during regular hours, and we still get calls after hours, which is part of the messages that we have to respond to. The EAs or the temps in that they empty the voicemail on a daily basis. We have a problem with the phone system citywide, that after you listen to the message, you have to manually dump the message in order to clear space. But hopefully we'll resolve that as we go along.
Do you feel comfortable with your 2 EAs that you have right now?
No, they're temps. We put out the job description that we expected that they could fill, and one has been with us for a couple of weeks and the other one started Tuesday. It's different when trying to fill Belinda's shoes is a very difficult thing to do. Particularly when she was born and raised in this community, has been here since the 60s. And we have 2 folks here, and it's no slight against them, but it's different when you know the community versus, being a new person to the community. So your response to them are different. And Belinda could customize her response based off of her knowledge, years of experience dealing with particular residents.
But she was involved in a whole lot of stuff going on in the community.
Absolutely. So we're not necessarily comfortable, but we are dealing with it, and hopefully we'll find some replacements.
Well, just not to cut you off, but we found out doing these hearings that getting good people now is difficult. People not stepping up.
I can give you an example.
Okay.
When we built the homeowners grant program, we had to build staffing for it. Over the past, I would say 6 months, we scheduled probably 120 interviews, and probably 90 of them didn't show up for the interviews. And out of the 30 that were left, we were able to hire probably 7 out of that. Right? It's very difficult to find people who will actually come to an interview. As a matter of fact, 3 weeks ago, we had 2 interviews. We were going to schedule them to be onboarded, but they didn't show up. So it's an employee's market right now. There's so many jobs open.
Yes, go ahead.
What assistance?
How much did we pay? Belinda?
40,000, 45,000, I think. 17, probably 32, 30 to 32, $17 an hour.
Any more questions, Mr. Roy? Okay, continue.
Our objective, this is the mayor's office, this is not chief of staff's responsibility, but the office is to, when we identify our objectives, which is providing service and providing communication, this is a small community and people have tremendous access to the mayor, the council president, and in ways that, like a city of Cleveland. Exactly. So our goal is to, our objective is to, and how we evaluate our staff is to measure the quantity and quality of the objectives that are met, which means how they communicate with residents, how they communicate with our partners, how they problem solve, and the quality of their, of the resolution. So one of the questions is how do we evaluate? We evaluate based on identifying the objectives and measure the quantity and quality of the objectives met. A couple of other questions that were in here. List of all professional services needed. I listed these to the mayor's office is because we discovered it, and it doesn't necessarily come out the mayor's appropriations, but they're really assigned to the mayor. That's engineering with OHM, ARPA attorney Jeff with Bricker and Eckler, and I think we hired a broadband consultant. As you are aware, we received $1 million for broadband from that's from the governor's office, right? And we did the RFP to find a partner, and those responses came back probably a month ago. And to wade through those responses, Ice Miller was secured by Jobs Ohio, but we have to have someone who is watching it from the city's perspective after Ice Miller leaves. And his name is Doug McCullough. He is the one who helped the city of Dublin. City of Dublin have their fiber infrastructure, and they're operating wonderfully. And Doug was one of the individuals who, Doug is an individual consultant who is, has expertise in public infrastructure as it relates to fiber. So I assign those to the mayor's office. They're not coming out of the appropriations, but we work with them directly. They're not necessarily reporting to a different department. Yes. A couple of other questions that are on here. Is there any training? There isn't any. Do you department pay rent? No. Yes, we do have a copier. That's the only leased equipment. And the repairs that need to be done, as you can see, there's rehabilitation going on all over City Hall and all over public buildings, from the MLK Center to Firehouse 2. So our offices need to be renovated too. So that's the answer. Yes.
I'm feeling really good about what I'm seeing. Last week I saw the elderly people in here.
Yes.
When are we gonna get that table? And we talked with the judge. We're gonna put new carpet in here, just because we think this carpet is kind of cheap. We made an agreement on that. So when do you? I know we've been working on this table for a while. A year now. Yeah. So and we might as well, before they finish doing what they're gonna do in here, get that table.
Right.
And then we'll get the new carpet.
Absolutely. Mayor, you have any idea?
So
table and the judge's desk are
Mhm.
still months off. The
Okay.
issue with the judge's desk, it's not up on
Oh, okay.
here. So as the rendering came back from their side,
Mhm.
they had a desk where now his is open on this side. The
Okay.
one they had was closed.
Okay.
Closed wouldn't fit through any of the doors. So it has to be redesigned. And then they want to cut all of them at the same time so that it comes from the same wood. So that when it's stained, it all has the same stain and the same look. They don't want to do councils
Okay.
and then come back and do the judges. They want to do them at the same time. So the holdup was finalizing the judges area and the measurements, right? And
Is
that,
it gonna be that? Because if you're not gonna change that, your mind's gonna be that gone.
yes, but when you're dealing with wood, the species of wood, you want to use the same tree for the same wood and then stain them the same at the same time so that they have a consistency.
You know how the Amish people done the steps out there going, look real nice? Is this all gonna be looking like that or no?
So yes, except this rail, that rail, but the judge's desk up there and then the council's desk be the same. Be the same stain, same wood. That is gonna be awesome.
Okay. When do you guys anticipate? I know the Amish, we see them here sometimes, then we don't see them for a while. When do you think you'll have all this done?
And why is they here and not?
So the work schedule is a lot to do with our schedule. And as you
Okay.
know, we've been short over the last couple of months on actually working on things that really matter to the residents in the city and stuff working on. But now we're back. Now that that's over,
All
we
right,
can get back to the work at hand.
right, well, I will get back on the budget, but. Okay, I'm gonna recognize you both. The elevator, and this is gonna get, it's looking real good. I wanna say that these guys, I live up the street. I walk down the street every day. And the work that they done is fantastic. I mean, I saw them, they went under the ground and they took their time and it looks a whole lot better.
Yeah, they had to fix a lot of things. Once you pull the top layer off, there was so many problems there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go to my colleague, we'll start with Ms. Stevenson and then Ms. Verhoeven. Ms. Verhoeven, then Ms. Stevenson, go ahead. Councilwoman Patricia Verhoeven, go ahead.
Regarding the rehab, I've heard that there was a major problem with the water up in the mayor's part of the hallway upstairs. And there are also rumors that the mayor's put in a sauna for himself. Now, yeah, what I would like to do is just to take a walk through there so I can say to people, I saw it with my own eyes and it's not there.
Yeah, the sauna is for the fire department. It wasn't for the mayor's office.
And where is the sauna?
It's going to be installed. Is that Firehouse 2? Firehouse 1? Yeah.
Great that the fire department, but like I said, there are these crazy rumors going on. And the
Well, I'm
only
here to
way-
dispel the rumor. It's not a rumor. It's not true.
Sure, but
We don't have space for a sauna.
well, to me, it seemed like a crazy thing. But if I say I've been told it's not there, people will say, well, you know, they're.
Well,
lying,
why don't you
but-
send the people to me? I'll tell them.
Well, yeah, but the people need eyes.
But
And-
so they're going to trust your eyes, or you can just send them up.
People trust my eyes. And if we.
Okay, would you like to come up today? Okay, not a problem,
It's just, it's not true, and.
not a problem.
like I said, there are
Okay.
people this and not the other, and some will believe both. and some
Not a
will
problem,
believe-
not a problem.
Continue.
Miss,
Any other questions? Okay, Councilor Stevenson, go ahead.
Well,
Okay.
I'm looking at the totality of things here. And when I look at the totality of things here, what I see is that the city is bleeding money. And the city is bleeding money because the council does not know how much money the city has, because all the money is not coming before the council. The council does not know how many contracts are available in the city and what the money is being spent on, because all the contracts don't come before this council. So, as I sit here and listen to this discussion about a desk that I believe was purchased in another state, that could have been purchased down there on Payne, same process, I'm concerned because we're running a deficit, but we're talking about purchasing things that we actually thought that were going to be purchased last year when we approved them.
More than a year.
Right, when we approved them, and now we're in a situation where we are bleeding money, more than $5 million. And I need to hear a plan for how we're gonna stop the bleeding. I don't need to hear a plan for the continuation of spending money that we don't have.
so Councilwoman, you just said you don't know how much money we're spending. You don't know how much money we have. You don't know how many contracts we have out. And then you go on to say that we're running a deficit. How is it possible that if you don't know how much money we have, how much money we're spending, and how many contracts we have, how would you know if we're running a deficit if you don't know the total?
Based on what's here, sir, based on what I've reviewed today, based on what I've heard in this meeting, we are bleeding. $5 million is gone, and we are spending money that's not approved by this council. And that is a real concern.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that you're unaware of what your responsibilities are.
I know
But obviously not.
and they are
Obviously not. Right, okay, then do that and let,
information that we do not have.
you get a financial report every month. We talk, we go through this.
Are supposed to get an expenditure report that we have not gotten in more than 6 months.
Did you ask the
That was
finance
agreed.
director?
We have asked everyone,
Okay.
and you all.
I get
agreed.
it, I get an email to me every month like everyone else.
For anything. These are things that are due to us based on the charter and the fact that we are.
Get a financial report every month.
Financial report every month, sir.
I just saw the last one sent.
It's from September. This is November. Sir, we're not getting reports every month.
Well, you won't get them in real time.
30 days behind, not 60 to 90.
Did you ask Charles what happened?
That's not my job. It's not my job. to
Then-
run through the office or run through
Then why
this-
is it your
this
job to
city
ask me
hall.
questions now? If you don't want to ask the, okay, I am, and I'm referring you to the finance director.
Anywhere, you're the chief of staff, and the mayor has told me that he is technically the CEO of the city.
He
so
is.
Decisions are being made at your level.
Sure.
So you should have the answer.
Well, if you would have given me a list of questions, these are a list of questions that you had given me. So I prepared the answers for that. If you,
Sir, don't answer anything because technically.
I didn't put this together. The list of questions, I did. The list of questions I didn't put together. Mhm.
The mayor's office responsibility is to answer phone calls.
Mhm.
I don't see that as the mayor's office responsibility. I see that as a minute piece of what needs to happen, but I.
And
see the mayor's
unfortunately,
office as the key planning instrument in this city, and that's not listed here. I have to go by what you wrote here,
absolutely,
and what you wrote here talks about.
obviously,
That's it.
yes, that's the responsibility of the staff in the office. That's the responsibility of the staff.
Stop the bleed.
Well,
And we have this HUD situation here,
okay.
What's the HUD situation?
8 pages. You don't.
Okay, then then you don't know about it. I mean, okay, all right. And I don't define stop the bleeding. I don't even know what you're talking about. We're not spending money we don't have. Yes,
We have a deficit,
no,
particularly.
we don't have a deficit.
Are we we planning to spend more money than we will take in, as we were told by the finance director?
Are we planning to, we're not going to spend more money than we have.
Are we planning to spend?
I just
more money
answered the
than we-
question.
No.
Well, then don't ask me a question. I mean, that's my answer. That is my answer. That's my answer.
Are we going to spend more money than we take in?
We are not going to spend more money than we have.
So as you continue to answer a question that is different than the question.
Then that's the answer you get.
You hired 2 executive assistants. Who approved that? The mayor's office has 1 executive assistant for life, as long as I've known. And now all of a sudden we have 2.
It is the mayor's prerogative. That's not a council's responsibility. It doesn't, know your responsibility. You have no idea what your responsibilities are. You just said your job is to legislate. That doesn't mean that you run the mayor's office. Well, obviously you are. You obviously are. He just, that's what it is. That's what it is. Exactly.
Got an interesting question by email.
I'm not answering questions from the audience. I'm talking to city council.
Belinda, 45,000.
Mm-hmm.
You got 2 executive assistants, what, how much? 17,
Mhm.
$7,000 an hour?
17 an hour.
So I don't know if that's it's an issue. I know that you've always been one person working up there, but we've had a couple of people over the last 3 years, right?
Yes.
I don't know if it's one, I'm not really sure, but I want us to stay focused on the budget. I will say this, the Miss Maite said, I was there 2-3 days ago.
Mhm.
We've got to watch our spending. She brought up about the permanent improvement. And I shared some of that with the mayor. So we've got to control our spending.
Mhm.
That, we lost, what, 2 million? 2 million in the traffic.
It wasn't 2 million. It wasn't 2 million. We only take in 1.2 million for the city.
Okay.
It's probably 2 million in total, but the city gets 1.2 million. And right. So sure, the estimate went down because we can only do traffic cameras in a particular area. Right. During the school zones. That's it. So it will reduce the revenue in that area.
And we brought up the fact that and Ms. Stevenson was articulating that. What's the difference?
The $1.2 million,
Articulate.
by the time we pay the people who are running those camera tickets, it looks like $800,000 and they're getting $400,000. So that means that the city is only getting $400,000.
What?
And that's how much money we're getting based on the number.
Mhm.
And the state took $2 million, or you say they didn't take, but whatever they took is too much for us to lose for $400,000.
Listen, you have to pose the point clearly. I don't understand anything that you just said. Okay,
When Garrett Thornton.
yes,
as the mayor,
yes.
when they go, is there once an expired period?
It wasn't an expiration. It was just yay or nay on
Okay,
traffic
so
count.
could we, put it back?
That's your prerogative.
Okay, all right. Ask questions.
Yeah, it's your prerogative.
What was
Yeah.
discussed, and I hope I articulated it right, was that
The budget.
what we're bringing in and what we're taking out,
It's not.
it was kind of filling the council that maybe we need to get rid of that, because, like you said,
So-
$400,000.
So-
Is what the state is taking from us.
The state isn't taking anything from us. Excuse me, sorry. Sorry. The state didn't, so if in fact we continue to run the program outside of the guidelines set in the new Ohio Revised Code, then they will take local government revenues to equal what we bring in. Because it is legal to run the traffic camera program in school zones, it protects the local government revenue.
and we know about the safety factor, are we benefiting from it financially?
Yes,
So your recommend, your guys recommend, if you keep it?
Absolutely. The people who are doing the work are people who are on hourly. So if we put a police officer on there full time, his salary is $65,000 a year. The program generates 1.2 million. So the cost to the city is 65,000. If we bring in $100,000, that's $35,000 to the good. But we're bringing in greater than that, and we're not losing local government revenue.
What do you have that we're not losing?
Understand the law and understand the expense.
We are ready to.
I don't know what records you're looking at.
Paying out to these people to run that camera program.
Yes.
Based on that.
So how much revenue is it generating?
$400,000.
If the split with the traffic camera revenue is, I think it's 70-30. Yeah, it's 70-30. If we are generating 400,000, we get 70% of that. They get 30% of that. The split is 70-30 on a dollar.
We're in basically a win-win situation.
We get 70% of every dollar. Well, then you don't understand the law. The law,
Articulate it so we can-
okay, the law says if you operate a traffic camera program outside of the law, they're going to take your local government revenue. But if you operate it within the law, they won't take your local government revenue, which means we eliminated the fixed cameras. We eliminated the handhelds. We eliminated doing traffic cameras in areas other than the school zones during school time.
So the school zone, we all right.
We are right, yes.
Point of
I'm
clarity.
glad that you articulate that. We hear it both sides. Go ahead.
Point of clarity. Okay, under the old contract, it was 60-40. They got
Okay.
60% on the dollar.
Right.
We got 40. Under the new contract that I negotiated, we get 70%.
Okay.
They get 30.
On every dollar.
Okay, I'm glad we had that discussion. But what about this thing about the permanent improvement? I will say this. Miss Mate was upset.
Mhm.
She said that we thought it was going to grant, but she kept saying that any kind of loan has to come through her.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. What happened was you guys passed legislation.
We passed it.
Right. It didn't spell out the terms of the agreement. And the terms of agreement came out afterwards, which is not legal, which is voided, right? At this point now, it is voided. And because the terms of the agreement came out after the legislation that you passed, had it been known, because they were trying to figure out how to get it paid for, the easiest, most efficient way to get it paid for, the legislation was passed before those terms were set. As a result of it, the agreement isn't legal. So although the mayor signed it, trying to move the project forward, it can't be executed because the terms aren't represented in the legislation. So a new piece of legislation has to come before you, or it can't be under the terms that came out after the legislation was passed.
Let's put over that. Councilwoman Patricia.
Okay, one is that you talk about the mayor's spending being appropriate. But we have a letter from the Attorney General that was sent to Cuff and Huffman in the legislature, agreeing with what the Oversight Commission has said numerous times, which is that money has been spent that was not appropriated. This is not legal.
Okay, so I don't know what you're talking about, and money in every city is spent without it being appropriated.
Then everybody.
Well, let me restate that. Let me restate that. Every dime is appropriated. Every dime is appropriated. I thought you meant passed by council, but every dime is appropriated, whether it is appropriated by council. The problem here is that you have no experience with municipal finance. You have no idea what municipal finance is. I don't know that nature of your letter. So in every city, let me explain to you how municipal finance works. In every city, you do a certificate of estimated resources. That certificate of estimated resources comes out before your actual resources get to you, right? So you appropriate based on your estimate, not your actual, right? So once your actual come in, you know how much money you have, right? And then what most municipalities do is by the summertime, they do a reappropriations to capture the money that wasn't established in the estimate. And then when the third quarter comes and the fourth quarter comes, more money may come in and that money will get spent. And then there's another reappropriations that will happen that will capture the spending of those funds. Other cities do probably a half a page for an appropriations. It'll say, this is how much money we got, and we're going to spend this amount of money. It doesn't break it down to where every line item goes to. We're one of few cities, small cities who do that, right? But it's called reappropriations because you're doing an appropriations based on an estimate, not on actual numbers. So more money is going to come in and you're liable to spend it like we do every year since this city has had a council. You're going to spend it before you reappropriate it. That's the purpose of reappropriations, to capture the spent resources that you didn't know you were going to get. You're not going to stop the city, right? Shut it down until those resources come in, until you go to 2 or 3 months worth of discussions with the county. You still have to pay gas. You still have to pay employees. You still have to pay health insurance. You still have to pay pension plans. You still have to pay those things, whether you have reappropriated before you spent them. That's how the government works. It's a living organism. It is not something you start and stop on an hourly, daily, weekly, monthly basis. It continues 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, and you have to react to the circumstances that you didn't know that were going to be put before you, as well as those that you do know.
So the question is what staff or whether we want to pay attention. Oversight Commission said that and the Attorney General.
I don't know the context of that letter. Now I have to take your word for the context. You don't take my word, but I got to take your word.
I'll send you a copy.
Okay, well, send me a copy and then we have a discussion after I read and understand the context of the letter.
For the purposes of the rest of the council, who I have sent the letter to in the past, the Attorney General, after sent an annual letter to the legislature discussing the cities that are in fiscal emergency. And his statement, to summarize very briefly, was mayor spending money that's not appropriated. East Cleveland's is not getting out of fiscal emergency for a long time.
So that's your interpretation and we're supposed to take your word, but you won't take my word. So let me see the letter. Let me see the letter. Let me see the letter. I mean, you're summing it up as if you.
Just my tie said basically the same thing. Is that we got to control the spending. We're spending too much money. So we need to be smart.
Right, but look at our spending. Right, look at the spending. Look at the spending. Right, the spending are on capital things, right? On capital expenditures. Most of it is one-time expenditures. You fix the elevator, you get your warranty, it's good for 15, 20 years. That's a one-time expense. You put in a parking lot, that's a 20-year thing. You're not spending on the parking lot. So when we have some of these funds that came through ARPA that goes into the general fund, we need to take advantage of that to get these big ticket items done. The fire department should have been torn down versus the renovation, but we renovated it to allow it to be, continue to be used. That's a one-time expense. So you'll see more of those kinds of spending than you will see some reoccurring expense that is annual every year until whenever. If we take advantage of the resources that we have a elevator that has been out for how many years?
About 2, 3 years, right?
A little longer than that, right?
So let's get back to.
Anyway,
Mr.
good.
Hobart. I think-
No,
I just want to make sure that we, that's the legislative body, we make sure that we stay within our budget.
yes.
Oh, okay, go
Can I
ahead.
ask,
Right.
Tracy, do you have a copy of the documents from the fiscal commission?
Okay. You have any more questions?
Mr. Hobart, just you.
I was told in the past that we have not a position of chief of staff nor his salary.
Again, then you don't know, we've been through that 1,000 times. Okay. How, there's only one counselor who was here during the time. And
So.
then again, you don't have the right document. You're not the first to ask,
I cannot say,
but I can.
I cannot say.
You also approved the law.
Exactly. So
Go ahead.
did we,
There's no document.
it is a document. It is a document. It's been supplied to council on many occasions. If you were to go into your mailbox, you have a history of not looking at the documents that's provided to you. If you look at that, several years ago, we provided a document on many different occasions. You have a history of not looking at the documents that we provide. You're the only counselor that I'm aware of that continue to say we don't have the documents, and we have email proof from the finance director that we send, yes, in the last budget hearing. Okay, okay. All right. Anyway, you got another question?
Yes, you done, are you done?
And I got a couple of more minutes and I have another appointment.
Let's get forward.
Well, ask me,
Continue, please. Don't cut it off. Come on.
You have, I assume that the department director for the office of the mayor is here.
mhm.
Okay, and that your responsibility is to answer phone calls and make sure the phone calls are, responded to and all.
No, if that's not what I said. Operates, including. Mhm. That's as general as I could put it. I think I'm not paid enough.
You need a raise.
Yeah. Mhm. So, yeah, you asked for the department director. You didn't ask for the chief of staff. You didn't ask for the chief of staff's responsibility. You asked for the department director. Now, I'm reading the question. The question. I'm answering the question. Yes, I have many responsibilities. One of it is managing the mayor's office. And that's the question that was posed. You didn't ask me about the responsibilities of the chief of staff.
How do the staff compare to the responsibilities of the department director for the mayor's office?
Because the department director manages the people who are in the office, and I manage everybody else too, as the chief of staff. How do you think this development is coming about? You think it's coming out of thin air? That's 12 years worth of work. 12 years worth of work.
In addition to.
That's not the question you asked.
So what is your qualification, sir?
I'm an East Cleveland resident, the same as yours. To be in your position, all you need to be is an East Cleveland resident. That's my qualification. I'm an East Cleveland resident.
And
That's a, I do economic development. I do policy. I do program coordination. I manage the directors. I hold them accountable to the standards that are set. I do community engagement. I meet with residents. I coordinate all of the I'm sorry. I coordinate all the community engagement. I coordinate all of the communication that happens with the outside world, the media, the county, the state. I manage all of those relationships. And probably 100 other things.
Well, I'll say this.
Thank you.
I think, Michael Smedley is very knowledgeable. Because they work together so well, Mike, Brandon, we have made progress, we've moved forward. Over the last 14 years, we're at a point, we're at a turning point right now. These next 2 years are gonna be crucial. We've got to work together. I think we're moving in the right direction. We get these houses built, we increase the tax base, which is our major issue here, and we need to be working together.
Mhm.
So, what I'm hearing from our council is that better communication in terms of like, it fixed the front of City Hall. The last 2 days, we see them out there working,
Mhm.
and nobody knew that was taking place. So that comes up. We need to have better communication, and let's be careful. She was kind of upset.
Sure.
She was kind of upset. So we gotta follow the proper process.
Absolutely. And that's why that contract is null and void. She retired. She was gone for several months. She had to meet her obligations in order to receive her retirement and return. And unfortunately, the mayor wasn't there at the first meeting. But she is right. Whenever you create debt, that goes before not only council, but for the fiscal commission.
Right.
The legislation that council passed did not have the terms of the agreement in it. And
We got along and ran along with it back and forth.
yes,
She said, the process is, when we get along, we gotta come through.
yes, that did not happen. The legislation did not have the terms. OHM and it was Ohio Department of Transportation? OPWC, Ohio Public Works Commission, have been working out the terms to make it efficient and easy on us. And they settled on that, and they should have brought that back to council for that legislation to be amended. And that didn't happen.
So the next time it's gonna happen.
Well, this thing is if it stays, the term stays the same, then it has to come back to council. Without a shadow of a doubt.
You got everybody issue with the court. Came up with the $650,000 and they said they were supposed to give reports regularly.
So, yes,
Every month.
yes. So,
They wasn't getting from the court, and we articulated the judge, and she kept complaining about that.
yeah, so they've been complaining about that since we've been in fiscal emergency, about the judicial branch not providing financial information, not sending all of their funds to the finance department and the finance department managing those funds. So the thing is that
And I think he's gonna correct that, but she was kind of upset about it.
well, they've been upset about it for 10 years, and you have to take you have to take the court, right? You have to take the judge before a judge, right?
Right.
See how that work out. Take a judge before a judge.
Well, she
Right.
brought it up.
Take the judge. There's a place that they go, but it ain't before a judge.
Here we go again, somebody who knows more about municipal finance than I do.
caution, we'll let it go. I think we've articulated that. He's different, right? He stayed out of that.
Yes. Yes. Right. Yes. Yes. Exactly. So that's taking a judge before a judge, right? She didn't get it. She didn't get it. Absolutely. You're absolutely correct about that.
That's not appropriated in the administration. I get the fact that we are hiring people and giving away money to people that this council did not approve, $3,000 and $300 increments. And we're on our second round and the council didn't know anything about that. So, I mean, what you understand.
What I understand is that you don't understand municipal finance. That's what I understand.
Sir, I have worked in this business for 40 years.
You haven't worked for a city. You haven't been a legislator but 2 years. You've been a legislator for 2 years. What do you know about municipal finance in 2 years? Explain that to me. For anybody to understand municipal finance, and they've been in the job for 2 years.
Honey, I was writing legislation before I got here.
Oh my gosh. For what municipality? Give me the,
For Cuyahoga County.
oh my God. Cuyahoga County just went to a council form of government not too long ago.
All
right.
Before we end this section, how do you feel about the future of East Cleveland and about what's going to start happening in 2023?
So-
Start doing development.
Right.
Did we do a contract, when they gonna get?
Which streets?
I mean, you know, they're fixing the streets and stuff, because it's all over.
What street you
Right.
talking
So
about?
Euclid Avenue,
Yeah.
didn't you guys pass that piece? It didn't cost some extra $1 million. Yeah, because
I mean, we need a deadline because.
I can get you one.
A deadline would be in a contract, and we haven't seen a contract. All we saw was an ordinance or a resolution.
I'll get you a timeline from OHM. It won't start this year, definitely not. We will. I will.
Okay. What about in the future? We got these big things happening next year.
So
This is our turning
yes,
point.
exactly. It doesn't happen, right? So he's absolutely correct. I mean, we have a 33-acre development project. We have the first probably, I say 10, 12 acres. You saw the photos, you saw the rendering, you saw the video of it. We have 4 developers who are looking to work in that area. We have the next year, next spring, we're starting on the Mickey's building. That's a $3.2 million renovation. And we have 2 prospective tenants who would like to operate out of that space. That will signal to the rest of the developing community that it has started in East Cleveland. And then in 2024, our partnership with the land bank will break ground first, right? On Woodlawn, we'll probably do the first 5 townhomes. That's in 2024. Because you got to go through, it'll take 2 years worth of planning to get that done. That is to establish the market, right? And when we do those townhomes, we expect to sell them for probably less than what they were built for, because we're not looking to make a profit. We're looking to jumpstart the market, and then that's where you set your comps. We have the north side of Euclid Avenue right now that's under planning. We have the Euclid Avenue corridor from Lakeview going east. That planning will begin. That's RDL, is a local architectural firm who's going to start planning that corridor. RDL, yes.
When is Hood gonna start?
Hood is looking to start next year.
Next year.
There's a couple of more parcels that became available. As a matter of fact, I'm supposed to meet him today. That he needs to get through council. He has his application into the NAC. And they need to schedule a meeting so that there's a couple of more parcels out there that are available that he needs to complete the set. And he's looking to start next year. Genesis, who bought the BDD building, they're looking to come in and sit down. The Board of Developmental Disabilities building. They bought that, yeah, they won, they bought it. And so they are looking to explain and want to partner with the city on making sure that it's successful. We've introduced them to Jobs Ohio. They need to come in and meet, particularly with you, Councilor Gotti, because the stuff is happening in your ward, but council in general, to explain their intentions, because it's a two-phase thing. It's the building itself, and then they have to build housing, because that's a requirement. Yes, they're reaching out to work with us. Absolutely, absolutely. And we're working right now with Ohio Department of Development and the Ohio EPA to get Brownsfield money to do phase 1 and phase 2 on the vacant high rise to check to see if there's any contaminants. And if there's a speck of, yes, the one they're going to tear down. Once they discover a speck of asbestos, then we'll get the money and tear down that building. As a matter of fact, the Cleveland Metro Parks has put in an application for those funds. So they're working diligently to get that building down. Hopefully within the next 12 months, we'll end up getting awarded money to tear down that building. That hasn't been determined yet. We need to get back together with them. Yes, but we haven't sent them any money. We need to get them back in because we need to work out what the lease agreement is going to be. So they have to come back before you at least 3 or 4 more times to get approvals. And then it's, we just got control of the ARCO site. If you remember, it was a dump. And then the Ohio EPA spent $9.5 million to clean it up. And Jobs Ohio and Team Neo are working to market it. So the Ohio EPA lifted the lien, and the land bank has taken control of it so that it could be properly marketed and market for sale, for development, for redevelopment. And soon next year, early next year, we'll be sitting down with Phoenix, who owns Nela Park, to talk about the future of Nela Park. So we got quite a few things that are going on. And hopefully if we can restore some unity in this community, we can realize these things. If not, then East Cleveland will be what East Cleveland is.
I think it's crucial. Okay.
Okay. On there. Yes, I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, we'll cut it off.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we cut it off, I did want to make mention, we talked yesterday, right? And I was trying to explain to you how the numbers are there and how documents don't lie. Numbers are numbers. There's the book value. That's the document from the fiscal commission. That's the book value. That's the money in the bank.
19 million here? Right.
In the bank. So operating at a deficit,
So
no.
we're not at a deficit.
So
Say
you got
that again.
got 19 million book, there it is right there. That's the book value. That is the document from the fiscal commission. Those are the city's finances right there. We got 19 million in the bank.
So we're solid, right?
We're solid. Come on.
Thank you.
Come on. Chief of Staff says you gotta learn how to read municipal before you start talking about it.
Solid.
I appreciate it.
We'll discuss it. Let's move on. Fire, police, come on. I'm sorry. Give me a minute. Yeah.
Yeah. You got it, but I mean, look at it. It's a whole bunch of money. It's a whole bunch of money in other line items.
How you doing? Page 18,
Page 18.
page 18.
Got it, got it. I got you. Okay. Police Department on 18.
Yes, sir.
Chief, go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
responsibilities of the department director, which would be me, inspecting and overseeing function of patrol officers or detectives, supervise the administrative and support function of non-sworn personnel, inspecting personal facilities, inspecting personnel, facilities, and tactics for safety and training, maintaining liaison with government, civic and private organizations to promote neighborhood safety. My staffing currently is 1 chief of police, 1 captain, 1 detective sergeant commander, 1 detective sergeant, a patrol division sergeant commander, a administrative sergeant commander, 3 detectives, 6 sergeants, 19 patrolmen, I'm down 12. I got 10 dispatchers, 1 correction officer, 1 community service representative, 1 mechanic, and 6 tow yard personnel. Frank,
Total, chief, how many?
total police personnel that I have excluding,
Full time.
full-time, 46.
46?
Yes.
Do you have any part time?
Yeah, I have, who's that? They're all broken everywhere. It's, I can explain it to you. We have 1 evidence technician who's part-time. She works in the detective bureau.
What is it?
Evidence technician,
Evidence?
evidence,
Okay, evidence.
Yeah,
One
evidence.
technician,
Right.
continue.
1 records clerk, 1 dispatcher that's part-time, and 1 background investigator, and that would be the former Chief Cardilli.
Okay. Continue.
Okay, my objectives for 2023, I have to reestablish trust within the community because I inherited a very broken police department. I want to get advanced training for my officers, and I want to staff the police department to full strength. Those are just annual objectives. List of departmental needs and equipment, IT equipment, desktop computers, mobile data terminals, Wi-Fi devices, printers and peripherals. Most of this stuff, when it breaks down, I can fix myself, so I'm not looking to go out there and equip my whole police department with brand new stuff.
You write grants, right?
Yeah, when I have time now.
Okay, all right.
Because I'm still doing my duties from when I was a captain, from when I was a lieutenant. Vehicle equipment, this is normal stuff, tires, miscellaneous repair parts, fluids, engines. 1 engine I have to give, we have a blown engine in a police car. Body work for vehicles when needed, and that's gonna slow down because I put pretty much a stop to chases.
Thank you very much.
Well, you know, a lot of people are thanking me for that, but I'm not doing it for anybody's appraisal or approval. Number 1, it's the right thing to do. Okay, I'm not gonna chase a car because somebody's got a broken tail light. Now, my predecessor seemed to pump these guys up. And quite frankly, I wouldn't have 4 people under indictment right now had they not been in a pursuit, because that's what started all that crap. These are young officers, they get jacked up on adrenaline, and that's what happens at the end of it. No excuse for them doing that. They know their job, but that's what started it. And I guarantee if they weren't in those pursuits, that stuff probably would not have happened, with the exception of obviously the thefts and whatnot. I can't control that. Well, I can, because I'll just get rid of people. It's that simple. It really is that simple. On to the next page, which would be page number 3 of 6. Annual objectives for the department: reduce crime, obviously. Try to improve the quality of life issues within the community. Provide more officer interaction and community-oriented policing. And I want to try to eliminate these problem areas within the higher crime parts of the city.
You're on page 3, right?
Page 2, I don't know. There's nothing on it. Page 2 is, well, mine's blank. Huh?
I have.
I got two. No.
You got two, Dolly?
Okay.
Yeah, I just read off and see the way it's formatted when it was emailed to me. That page right here is actually my page 3. Yes, that's why I was. Okay, on to page 3. That was reduced crime, improved department objectives. On the next line over, it says contractors, other, how many positions? My one major contractor is Sundance. That's who our record management system is through. The second one is obviously Leeds. Can't operate a police department without Leeds. 3 is going to be McGregor Home. That's who feeds our inmates.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's by a state mandate because they have to have the proper diet.
How's the food?
Better than what I eat. They got awesome. Yeah, we
$1,000. That's like price.
no, it's not. No, it's at 6,000 a month. Where's it? Did I put that? Did I write that down? Yeah, that's just an approximate because it varies depending on the inmates. So one month it might be 2,000. 1 month it might be a little bit higher and lower. It all depends because it's $5 a meal.
But why? Exactly. How many people is locked up down there?
You got well, no. That was from the old. No, that was from that was. This is just an approximate. If you look at my actual front, we don't spend that kind of money on the image. Oh no, throughout the year, no. That's just an approximate because if you. Huh?
No, that's his month. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a typo. It's 36,000 probably for the year.
Okay.
That I'm sorry, that's a typo. That's a typo. No. I actually, what I did was I was doing these figures. I actually made it for the year. That's what I did. Yeah, okay. Thanks for correcting me on that. I missed a comma on there. AT&T FirstNet is who is all of our equipment goes through the body cams, the MDTs in the vehicles. Motorola is the dispatchers. That's what controls all that equipment in the dispatch office. Utility Incorporated is also part of the body cam program. They are the actual ones that supply the equipment that they're wearing out there in the streets.
This is the new equipment.
The new equipment, yes. And when the contract was done, it was a 50-month contract. I believe we're in the 2nd year of that or 3rd year of it already. I have to get the exact records. I can get that for you. How do we evaluate employee performance? Officers in training are evaluated weekly. So they have to do a weekly report on their officers. All personnel are required to review and sign off on training and policy procedures. That's when we went to the Lexipol system. Lexipol is it's our actual rules and regulations, policies, procedures that it's a guide, the guy that's looked over by the lawyers and everything as we went to that system. I believe finance department uses them also. Continuing professional training. Now, this has always been an issue that I keep seeing in the news and everything. I'll just touch on this real quick. The individuals reporting that we are not trained, number one, don't know what they're talking about, because if we weren't trained, we wouldn't be on the street. And the issues that happened with that over the years was when OPATA themselves did not have any money in their budget, or so they claimed, for any CPT training. So we had to rely on ourselves to do it. So it's a lot of that stuff that's out there in the streets is just total false nonsense. Yearly performance reviews are done on everybody in the police department. That's done on a yearly basis. I would like to see that change, because they use a grading system like you're in school. 60%. You cannot grade something like that. That's ridiculous. That's something that's been used for years, ever since I've been here. Don't know why. You either did good or you didn't do good. It's that simple. what I didn't understand, I think I talked to Tracy about this. It says 2023 annual objectives. Right after that, that's gonna be NA, because I don't know what that's supposed to mean. My annual objectives are what I was saying earlier. Let's see, did my department receive monetary income from outside individuals? No. Going on to the next department operational funding. I'm going off of what the finance director estimated. And if you look at my prior years, I wish I could use $4 million for the police department. I guarantee that will not happen. However, if it does, that means we're doing something good. The one grant that we're currently working on now is the 2020 COPS grant that I got a couple years ago. And we've spent down about 300,000 of that. I have another COPS grant coming that's going to be worth about 375,000, I believe. Professional services needs and costs in excess of 2,500. That would be Sundance Security Systems, Leeds, and the McGregor House. And this is over a year, so not a month. Department needs in excess of 2,500. That's almost like the same question, and it's hard to say on that because it depends on what we have to buy. I don't plan on spending a whole lot of money because I'm not frivolous. I'm very frugal with money. I'm treated like it's mine. I really do. I always done it. I kind of, a good example is, you know, my office needs of new floor and everything. I really don't care. I can sit on milk crates. It is what it is. You know, I'm used to working in squalor. I don't mind. Now the new salary needs, I cannot give you exact figures on it other than a 3% above of what we're making now, because that has not been finalized yet. Now, the nice thing about this is once I became chief, I was able to get with the city attorney and get this ironed out, because this should have been done last year. And people were just sitting on it, well, the chief was just sitting on it. Don't know why. And it made no sense to me because they were arguing about discipline. Okay, discipline is discipline. If you do something wrong, you're gonna pay for it. It is what it is. You know, like I said, I'm 60 years old. I'm not a little kid. And if I get people that don't want to do what they're supposed to do, they can go. It's that simple. It doesn't get any simpler than that. I'm not gonna worry about union arbitrations and all that. I just dealt with an officer on that. He filed grievances on me because I suspended him for wrecking a car. I'm gonna keep doing it.
Make them pay for it too.
Well, you know, when I first started, we actually had to. A long time ago, if you did something to one of these police cars and it was your fault, you paid for it.
Youngstown, you paid for the car.
Yep.
Tear up a car, you bought it.
Yep. Travel training needs for the department. What I'd like to do, and I actually asked for a little bit of an increase in my training budget because I want to be able to get these guys a little bit more training. The SRT team training, those are your SWAT team guys. They need a little bit more training than everybody else because of what they're asked to go into. Firearms training, CERT training, and continuing professional training. I'm going to make sure that happens. I do have one rent to an outside entity, and that is Mercantile Street Real Estate. Because of our limited space, we have to have a building across the street that we've been paying rent with. It's about $3,600 a year, and that's to report storage. Where it's where you have all your homicide files and all your stuff that you got to make sure you can't damage it. Because years ago, we had a building down on Euclid Avenue that got water damage. We had reports in there from the 40s and 1930s that got damaged. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. It was horrible because nothing we could do with it because it was all mold. That was the old building development building over there. Building the house, whatever they called it back then. Let's see, one of my equipment leases I have is for copier maintenance. And I got the 3,500 annual in there because I put all the invoices together pretty much for different fees and coming in, replace toner, not paper, but actual cost of copies and whatnot. It never really goes out that high, but that's a good figure to throw in there. What repairs does the department plan in 2023? The chief's office, floors, water damage. If it gets fixed, it gets fixed. If it doesn't, whatever. Men's locker room, I've been asking to have that repaired going back to when I was a lieutenant. You got chipped paint in there. You got exposed asbestos on the pipes. So I need to get that looked at and fixed. The main office where the dispatchers are, and the patrolmen are, the floor is all, if anybody's been in there, they've seen the floor. It's all pulled up and dirty looking and ripped.
So it needs a remodel and all this money floating around you.
I know. Oh, yeah, well,
Yeah.
so basically, yeah, so basically, like I said, if you look at my budgets over the years, and like I said, I've been the one that's mostly been doing these estimates and everything for the last two chiefs, because they didn't really know how to do it. So I've been in the background pretty much doing most of this stuff all these years anyways, which is fine. I don't mind. Someone had to do it. You know, I sat down with Jack Johnson when Jack was here. I sat down with Charles. So I learned how to do finance. So that's why I know how to spend money. Some of this stuff with these, you know, we've got enough cars right now. I mean, I just got done processing invoices for cars from when the last chief was here. I got 8 brand new cars sitting on that lot, and they're gonna get utilized. You know, and like I said, with this, these cars are not gonna get wrecked like they were getting wrecked. I tried to tell the other chiefs about that. I'm like, I said, that's gonna blow up in your face one day. You know, and here we go. Now, the one thing that I don't like though is people, and I've heard some people within government say, these individuals that have been killed in the city over the years from chases has got nothing to do with the city of East Cleveland. And what I'm gonna start doing is these individuals, whether it be a resident or somebody that works here, they want to keep this crap up, throwing people's names out there. Like I got a captain selling drugs. I got a mayor selling drugs. What I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start going after these individuals for making false reports. And unless you got some evidence to bring forward to me, don't sit there and put people's names in paper and emails, because that will come back and bite someone in the butt real quick. Because unless you have proof for stuff like that, don't sit there and throw people's names in it. I got a resident down on Hampton that's accusing my captain, and she put her name on it and signed it, that she knows that he's selling drugs down there. If that man turns around and wants to file a lawsuit against her, I guarantee it would be looked at. You don't make allegations like that, because right now I'm working on 14,000 Terrace. There's a lot of drug activity up there. Now, I had a nice gentleman from the city pull me aside. He gave me apartment numbers. He gave me names.
That's those 3 buildings up there.
Yep, A, B, and C. The A building is the worst one. That's the farthest one. And he gave me the floors and everything, and I already got my detectives up there looking around, and we're gonna start making controlled buys up there. So we got a lot of good things we want to start doing. Just real quick, the young lady that was missing that we were hoping was not going to turn in another Alicia Pointer, she was found. The mother was found. She was found on the west side. She was unharmed. She just didn't want to be around her daughter. The daughter, who's 14 years old. Like I said, we got a new age of people now, because I used to get my butt beat by my mother when I was that young. So this mother's afraid of a little 13-year-old, a 14-year-old. So she's a Jane Edna now. But the mother wants to stay where she's at. She was located on the west side. So that was lucky for us. Our detectives went out there and found her last night. So they did a lot of good work, and in case nobody relayed that to you guys already. So, yeah. Because I mean, we were thinking right where it was gonna turn another thing like that. This is to say, this person I'm talking about. What happened was the 15-year had the car, took the car from the mother. Well, the mother fled. So when they found the car in Akron, that's when we start thinking, uh-oh, is the mother in the trunk of the car? What's going on? So that started a big investigation. So and the family seems to be, from talking to my detectives, the family seems to be a little bit MRDD, you know, with little problems with the mental problems and everything. So even the little girl, the one she's afraid of, like schizophrenia, bipolar type stuff. Well, it's just fortunate that it's just fortunate it didn't turn out to be. No, like I said, I grew up in a house full of women, so you know, this kind of crap that's going on in this generation that's out here now. I mean, you touch them though, they put you in jail though. Yeah, but I mean, it's a sad thing when you got a grown woman afraid of a little girl, a little 14-year-old. That's sad.
What's the problem? part with the fire, that we can make some connection with our high school students to get them to transition to try to be police officers and get the training they need?
No, the cadet program?
Yeah. how is that?
We can, I could get with the patrol commander, find out if we're still doing that. I mean,
No,
we're not,
you're
okay.
not. No. So I mean, that's a good program.
Well, yeah, well, one,
The salary bad to them, we need to get them.
well, you know how that program actually worked, though. They actually had a program at Shaw because Commander Copeland ran it. And so Commander Copeland would send these youngsters over to us. They had fire cadets and they had police cadets.
Right.
You know, we can look back into that, absolutely. Did they still have the program in Shaw, though? I gotta find out.
No.
Oh, they disbanded it?
Is not there because there's some confusion there with who was there before and how they're getting paid. They weren't getting paid.
Oh, okay.
So that's my understanding as to why they. stopped.
We can look into that, absolutely.
Look at Chief Wally, because we're trying to get our youth in this city to
Back to
transition to
active.
the police and to the fire.
And be judges.
They're-
I
they're-
mean,
Got a magistrate.
There were,
but that's- I know.
there's a lot of nice young people came through there. Well, yeah, I mean, I was still on patrol when that was going on, so that was nice because there's some young lady was in there, a couple young guys. Matter of fact, Mr. Winston, that's over, well, his son went through that program. Mr. Winston's son, the junior. Well, he's not junior, he's a big kid now, but he went through the program. I believe Nicholas Williams, who's our chaplain now. Yeah. Yeah, I believe he went through that many, many years ago. Nicholas had aspirations to be mayor at one time.
How we doing with training? Do we need more training?
Oh, absolutely. I gotta revamp this whole police department. Because what they're gonna find out with me, and they're already seeing it, is the discipline is the reason why things went like they did. You know,
Mhm.
that's exactly what happened. When you have a police chief that sits in the office and just kind of sits back and has Larry McDonald running around doing everything in the damn city because he doesn't want to get out and do it. Larry does a lot of good things, but Larry's got to get reeled in. Okay, he's got to get reeled in. But people got to understand, I'm their boss.
All right.
Okay, the chief of staff does not boss my police officers around. I report to the mayor technically. You know, a lot of people say, oh, Smedley runs the police department. No, he doesn't. And I made that clear when I became a captain, because I went in there and Gardner was sitting there. And I said to the chief of staff, I said, you know, the reason why the morale is low, I said, because he says that you run the department. He's telling everybody that shit. Gardner got mad at me. I don't care. When you go down there and tell your people, because you don't want to stand by your own decision, that somebody else is running the department, Smelly does not have the authority to run the police department. But see that's what you did. That's what people do, to sit there and throw stuff off on them. You want to sit in your office, your little secretary, whatever was going on, I don't care, you know, but don't sit there and tell our people that, because then they're going to walk around with bad attitudes. You know, it just is what it is, you know, and I established that. And like I said, I get no problem from those guys over there. They, you know, because I'm real. I don't have nothing to hide. You're not gonna read about me in the paper tomorrow that, you know, I stole money from somebody, or I did. It's not gonna happen. Because the one thing about me is I care what my family thinks about my name,
Yeah. Reputation, babe.
you know, because when I'm dead, they gotta carry the name. But see, people don't think that.
Was they on top of this thing up there, 140 up there?
Yeah, we gotta get the people out of there, because we got two floors in each building that are really bad. But the biggest building is A, that's the worst one.
Okay.
It's about Apthorpe. Do you know, when I was in the police academy, I worked for CMHA. So when I went to the police academy, I still had my job here and over there, because I went to the academy through CMHA. And that building was not a problem at all when I was in there. I heard that they pulled the security out of there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they keep going, and then, they break it, I have pictures, so, theft and all that, and the security guard asleep and.
Right. Now, the CMHA police even come down there anymore?
They know. Security staff now, since me and, Councilor Martin have went in there about, last month, they started that, in September, but they not having no 24-hour security because CMHA is bringing people in here and leaving them hanging.
Mhm.
Section 8 is bringing people in here and leaving them hanging. All these private people that have these private apartments and stuff, bringing people in here and just leaving them hanging. They not monitoring the apartments or anything. And so they leaving it up to East Cleveland. East Cleveland got enough on their hands.
Well, it's good that you brought that up because when I was working for CMHA, I was what they called an SPO, which was security back then. We looked just like, we dressed the same way as the policemen did, it's just our patch and special, and we weren't sworn. But the thing about it was I worked Riverview, which was down West Side. I worked Wilson Tower. And what you're saying is exactly right, because what happens is you got elderly people that are just trying to live out their lives. They're got limited income and they take these individuals on SSI. They got all kind of problems and throw them in there. What they were doing with Apthorpe is they'd pull people out of Apthorpe and throw them 150-600 Terrace.
Yes, that's what they doing. They move people
Yep.
around, but the problem is getting worse.
Yep.
Because they taking that same behavior right where they going. You know, and people being up all night, people coming in and out, knocking on everybody's doors and all that stuff, all out in the hallway, the elevators, and all that stuff.
Yeah, when right, when I was at Apthorpe, the hours that I worked was from night shift into the morning.
Yeah.
I
so
worked-
they- somebody in the evening.
Yeah, well, you need them in the afternoon going into the
Yeah,
evening.
'cause if they leave it out, then somebody needs to come in.
Because they never had anybody at that building during the day. You always came in the afternoon and then you worked the
Well, they
afternoon.
only-
That's what I've been hearing. Yeah,
And that's terrible.
yes, it is. Got-
So how?
The only thing we could, I mean, we can't overthrow anything CMHA, does, but we can actually make our officers do special attentions to that building. We can't sit somebody inside there though. That's CMHA property.
Right, they know it's their property, but they're not doing nothing, so how?
Has anybody made a complaint with the chief of staff down there? Really? Oh, you talk about Gonzalez? Oh, you met with the director.
You're meeting with the wrong.
And we have somebody on board.
Mr. Patterson is the director.
No, he's not, he's the CEO.
Yeah, he's the director of
So
CMHA.
he has the CMHA police.
The building manager.
Yeah, he was there too.
Yeah, but you've got to get your board person.
Yeah, the board.
You have a person on the
You mean
board.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Yeah.
You
So we
got,
should
that
bring him
is the
in here.
process.
We're gonna have him at the next meeting, we need Mr. Davis and Marcia Fudge if necessary.
Well,
I don't
actually,
care. I don't need some
I've been out of CMHA since '96, so I don't know really who was running things now, but when I was there, it was Claire Freeman and Ronnie Davis. Yeah,
that's a conflict.
okay, we'll just have to make that a special attention then.
Yes.
And they told other people cards and know that they owe 15 something.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's the one that I wrote the letter.
I wouldn't.
But I never, I
Go
wrote
ahead.
the letter.
Yes,
Go ahead.
okay, Councilor Patricia Bowe, go ahead.
Okay,
Okay.
back to the meals and stuff.
Mhm.
So 36,000 divided by $5 a meal is 7,200 meals. Divide that by 12, that's 3,000 meals a month. Divide that by 3, and that's 100 meals per day. Divided, makes it about 33 inmates per day. We don't have that many inmates.
I'll send you that's for a whole year.
By 12 months, and then I divided.
Counselor, it's an approximation. What I could do, I'll get back to my office. I will send you all the invoices that I paid McGregor. So you can actually bring up your own numbers looking at it that way.
What's our approximate number of inmates per day?
I'll send you the paperwork. You can actually figure it out that way. I didn't come prepared to break down the inmate meals per day.
I mean, how many cells? How many cells do we have?
We have 15, we have 15 cells.
30 inmates.
I will send you I'll send you the paper so you see what it looks like.
Other places that have problems, include de-escalation training and working with social workers for for the mental health kind of issues.
Okay.
Are we looking at either of those things? De-escalation training?
The de-escalation training is actually inside of the CPT training that they have to view videos on.
Okay, they watch the video?
It's mandated.
Right, so is there anything that actually gives them any kind of experiential training?
No. No, because they're not doctors. They're not social workers. No, that's just like the crazy notion that people have out there that we're gonna put a social worker in a police car and take that social worker on domestic violence cases. Not gonna happen. But it's not gonna happen. I'll tell you why. Because number one, that officer is gonna be responsible for that social worker. So that'll never happen. So this is all this stuff. People want to come up with this stuff because they just want to start feeding stuff into different things, seeing that the police, and then more stuff to blame the police for. You know, it's bad enough that we're dealing with people that take formaldehyde, dip their marijuana in and smoke it. And then you got to damn near break their arms to put them in handcuffs. And then you got people that little body cam stand up there. Oh, look at that police brutality. And then you got, and I've even heard some of the stuff that you said, Counselor, about, oh, we need to bring more, we need to get the FBI, blah, blah, blah. So now you know what the FBI is calling me about now on a regular basis? Every single person that gets arrested out here now makes a complaint downtown. So I got to respond to this FBI person and say, well, yeah, well, he got arrested and he had, half a pound of crack on him. So, but that's what they're doing now because this little hotline that was opened up. So so that's done nothing but create more problems for me. And I got a broken police department I have to fix. But it doesn't help when I got individuals, even in my own city government, going to the media, telling falsehoods to the media. And then I got residents sending me complaints that don't even exist. I'm trying to deal with this young lady down on Hampton, but I cannot respond to her every damn day about prostitution and all this other stuff. Huh? Okay, I'm being polite talking up to, okay. Well, you're not very polite either though, okay?
You got the last comment. It's 3 o'clock. We're gonna go to the last person.
Okay,
Go ahead.
you said y'all got 8 new cars, because I was gonna ask you what the total car situation was in the police department. So you told me that you got 8.
Yeah, I believe there's 8 new ones out there from when the last chief was here, but I think there's one more that needs to have all the decals put on it, and there should be 8 new ones that are rolling around between last year and this year, because I think they just took delivery of 4.
We knew it was gonna be some backup because of how stuff was ordered
Mhm.
in 2019.
Right.
Okay, my other question was how many people are in the jail, but Patricia pretty much clarified that, so I don't need to do that. But what I am concerned about is this situation with the grant business with Governor DeWine.
Okay.
Can you bring some clarity to that? Because they're saying that East Cleveland only got $150,000. Parma got $1 million. And can we submit another grant?
I can actually contact the people down to the grant that we actually received was for the ShotSpotter program. Now, until that ShotSpotter program is actually fully in place, which is now, I mean, the stuff is being hooked up right now, but there's a whole bunch of stuff they had to go through with the power companies and everything because they didn't want stuff on their poles. So once I actually get a first receipt on that, then I can actually start drawing that down. But I saw that article too, and about how Westlake got 1.9 million. When I actually requested for that grant, they didn't tell us that we could actually use that for retention bonuses. And it's kind of funny to me, and there's also some allegations that the woman that's in charge of the grant program is being looked at. Because it doesn't make sense that a city like Westlake one of the most affluent suburbs in the county. Yeah, so I'm almost wondering how accurate that really is, or unless it's some stuff spun by the media. Because when I first went, it said violence. What does that have to do with violence, having a retention program? You know, we can't keep officers because they go to places like that because of what they make. You know, so when I saw that too, I kind of, you know, and I did put some inquiries about it, they just haven't responded back to me. But yeah, I'm gonna definitely look back at that, because if they're gonna give them 1.9 million,
Okay, then my last question is, I understand that social workers should not be in the car with the police. But the police department, because of the situation we have here in this city with mental illness and domestic violence and all these other things that we have going on, are there plans to insert social workers into the police department? No.
not that I'm aware of right now. So I can't answer that. I mean, it's something I could definitely look into. I know I had a meeting with Art McCoy and some individuals that are rehabbing the church down there at that meeting. And there's a young lady that wants to bring something similar to that in there, where you can have like a place for social workers to be in the building. There's individuals I can't put inside the police department, but they remodeled the inside of that church. You were there, counselor, so yeah. And they have some really good plans, and I believe that's what Art McCoy was gonna do with some of his grant money. But like
That grant money is already dictated for something else.
oh, is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where's the mental health expertise? Because in order to deal with this population, you've got to have an expertise. Oh, you got somebody. No. No, I'm talking about the police department. I'm not talking about Mr. McCoy. I'm talking about somebody that's stationed in the police department to help them when they go on these mental health calls, or even somebody that's on call and can meet them. You know, they don't have to be stationed anywhere. They could be on 24-hour call and could meet an officer at a domestic violence or a mental health situation. So
That's actually something to look into, but I'll give you a real quick example of how something like that backfired on us already one time. I believe it was earlier in the year, we had a standoff down on 125th, East 125. Guy was barricaded inside his house. So we all get down there, we're stationed around, we start to go up inside the house. And all of a sudden, the social worker shows up on scene, runs past everybody, runs up into the house, she says, "We're getting him." Stood there and started screaming at the top of her lungs. So we had to stop what we were doing, which gave him the opportunity to run and hide in the bathroom. We almost had him in cuffs. But now, because she interjected herself into that scene, that created a problem. So there's gonna definitely be a lot of training that's have to be involved.
yeah.
But I mean, I've heard some stuff as crazy as put them in a police car with you and they ride around. No, the liability on the city would be great, enormous. Because I guarantee that social worker would not sign the waiver saying that if I get maimed or shot, we don't deal, most of these people we deal with do not live in our city. They come from Cleveland, all this crime stuff. These are guys that they don't care if they go to jail. They don't care if they shoot at somebody. You know, these are not like the, you know, little Johnny walking down the street playing football. You know, so I would, that'd be a perfect world to have something like that. It really would. And I know it's discussed in a lot of agencies, but I've yet to, and I could research it and get back to you on it. I've yet to see a department locally that has something like that.
In Youngstown, we had a situation. Okay, well, let's go. We can talk later.
We'll be in contact and keep up with your training and all, keep, you know.
I just got to rebuild everything. So, yeah. All right.
Right.
Go.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Okay, the next one is the service department. Which is, that one goes pretty fast. And the last one is the court. And no, I've been in that. So we'll look out, we take.
I
we'll
don't
take,
think, they don't, if they don't show, they don't show.
yeah,
It is what it is.
Right, we'll reach out to them.
You don't have authority over.
Right, because he's elected.
The only authority, his authority comes from the Supreme Court.
How you been doing?
That's-
I'm okay. I'm good. How about you? I ain't seen you in a while. I ain't seen you in a while. Oh, okay,
It's gonna give 1 minute to get started.
okay.
So council, he's gonna be the last one, because nobody will report. We have anything.
The judge
We
here.
just gonna give him some money and tell him to go on back to work. We got work to get done.
Antonio, you can get started. Are you ready, Tracy? Okay, how many employees you have now?
We have 10.
Oh, good.
Well, one is injured, so he's out on workman's comp. Another guy, Ron Nickens, who been with the city for 30 years. A lot of y'all might know him as Smiley. He's gonna be forced to retire because he just left Monday. Doctor said he can't work because his heart.
Okay, yeah, man, hard.
Yeah. COVID messed him up. He had COVID. He was down for like 6 months with COVID, and it messed his body up real bad. So, but we have like seven laborers and 3 CDL drivers.
How much it is for that? How much?
The laborers make $11.40, and the CDL drivers make $15.
How many work staff?
We need about four to five more staff members.
4 to 5 more.
Yeah, like 2 CDL drivers and maybe 3 laborers.
Trying to keep people, we ain't trying to, continue let them run on out the door to get them changed and then go.
Yeah,
We
that's
need
what.
to- We, rearrange this budget, we need to
But
rearrange.
it's not the budget, it's the classification structure of the employees that was approved by the population, how much money they make, how many employees we have, all of that was voted on.
Okay, so.
We would have to go, we gotta go back to the table,
Yeah, we gotta go back to the table for you.
because we ain't got,
Antonio?
we don't have what we need, and we need to have what we need.
Yes.
Especially in the service department.
Yes.
With winter approaching and all of the stuff that goes on, stuff breaks.
Yeah, we end up we just rebuilt we end up getting a truck. I think it's like 15 or 20 years old we got last year. No, we don't have. We supposed to. They say February. I don't know. I would like for y'all to go back and entertain that conversation if y'all can. Yeah, so I think they supposed to come in February. I'm not sure, but it's okay. So right now, we just rebuilt the truck. We paid $35,000 to rebuild a truck that was what, over 15 years old. That's the yellow one you guys will see out here now. We rebuilt that truck. Nah, them trucks cost a lot of money. And then we have one that's in the shop coming on.
Buy a truck or some trucks that cost us enough money that they will live for 5 or 10 years.
Yeah.
Because it seems to me, we keep buying these trucks, paying 100,000 here, 100,000 there, and they break down and tear up, and we
So-
still in the same shape.
So no, I think the only one was on council in 2014 was Councilman Martin. And it wasn't Councilman Martin on this one. It was the last administration when I think it was Norton. And we picked out in 2012, we picked out some nice trucks. And they went back and did something and gave us them white trucks that stayed broke for the first day we put them off the lot. So the trucks we have, the 2014, what's the 7 years, what 8 years? Them trucks gave us problem from the first time we got them. So I don't know. It wasn't none of y'all. It wasn't even council, wasn't even involved. It was something that they switched around.
But we need to switch some stuff around.
Yeah.
We need to. We approve legislation for two trucks.
Yeah,
Right.
We got all that.
but it's not equipment that's substantial.
Yeah, the trucks is the most important.
Last one, we made it. Thank God for that, but.
We gonna make it through this winter for sure. We'll
Yeah.
make it.
Farmington never got plowed. Never. And I kept calling the city and I never got an answer. And it never got plowed.
Farmington, I actually did myself. Out the truck I drive. Now the side streets, we don't get to them right away. Like how the procedure work, we have to do the hills first. It's the hills, the emergency streets, like the police, Marlowe's, it's Marlowe's, RTA, Beresford. Then we make sure we do the hills. Then after the hills, we start doing the side streets. Now the side streets, some of them might not get done based on how bad the snow is because we have to take care of the emergency streets and the hills because that's where we have a lot of accidents. We probably have about 10 accidents a year during the winter time, and probably like out them 10, 7 of them is fatal. So we have to stay on the hills. Now, last year we did have some issues with our trucks. So the pickup trucks you see, like I drive a white one, and my assistant, Alan Harrison, he drives the gray one. Now we are the ones who do the side streets majority of the time if we can. But last year it was just, we was getting there, it was just late. I know I ended up messing my truck up on Farmington at the corner of Euclid. So I know I did that street. It messed my plow. My plow was down for like 2 months. Yeah, that's the terrace, Forest Avenue. Probably right now it'll probably be less than about 30, probably like 40,000, 50,000. Say 50. No. It's like $11. So I'm thinking, yeah. So I would say more like what, 50 to 60. Yeah, it'll be full time. It might be more than that. Probably so. But we have been hiring. That haven't been a problem. The problem been guys staying, or guys, guys will come work for like a couple of weeks and then quit. So we haven't had like we have on the website, we have positions open, but people they'll come in. Yes, my guys I'm not union, but everybody else is union.
That's what the problem is. You can't even get in, right?
And I think they're going for negotiations December.
Yeah.
And
We would like to accommodate, but we can't. Because they're in the union.
They go to negotiations next month.
Many snow trucks, we were getting a lot of snow, some of the cities.
So we have one that's out here now, another one will be back on Tuesday.
So we only got 2 snow
Yes,
trucks?
we had 2 for the last, well, we had 3. We had 3 last year and 1 went completely out. So now we're down to 2.
Can we handle the city?
Yeah, we've been doing it for.
I said there was a major storm that Farmington never got plowed.
I'll make sure we take care of it this year for sure. I mean, I'm not gonna promise you to get done right away. We can't, but we'll take care of it though. I'll make sure that don't happen.
Don't you think, guys?
We need 2.
But we have 2 coming, I believe.
Are you still working on that now? Okay.
Now, you don't really,
All right.
so you don't really know me like that. Really don't know me. I'm really one of the good guys. So like, if you need something on Farmington or we're not there, you can always get in touch with me because everybody can get it. I'm not one of them guys. I don't just play one side of the field, you know. I'm for the city. So if you guys call me and say, hey, Antonio, I need you to do this, I'll get it done. And I do it just like y'all are the mayor. If you call, like he my boss, but if y'all call me, I move the same way. I don't slow down for no, I do the job.
But I wanna find out, these 2 trucks have been ordered, what's going on?
They're still being built. The problem with those trucks is that the lifespan on those trucks is not very long. They don't cost a whole lot. We need trucks probably that cost us $250,000 per truck in order for our truck to last the time that they need to last. And a big problem I see is service. Our equipment doesn't get serviced annually. We just keep rolling it. We don't like, okay, they got 8 police cars. That's good because now they should be able to put down them SUVs and have them serviced so that they can continue to operate. But a lot of times our stuff don't get serviced. I don't know what happened to the jail transport truck, but it had been wrecked. And I don't know if it's been repaired. I mean, a lot of times I see stuff, it just doesn't get serviced. And if it don't get serviced, it's not gonna run. It's just like your regular car. You don't get no service, not gonna work.
She right, because we service our vehicles pretty much when something go wrong, then we take it to get, because we need it so much. We don't have a lot of equipment, so we need it out there on the street. Then once something go wrong, we get it fixed and get everything serviced then. But she right, we do need to, if we had other vehicles, then we can get them serviced. You know, one go in there and get service, we have another, and then put that in the shop to get service. So.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Rowland. Councilman Patricia Rowland.
So we're paying a contractor for towing, but there was some discussion of transitioning that into doing our own tow trucks. But is it my understanding that we do have some tow trucks? Or a tow truck?
I don't know anything about that. I know we was with Kuffner. I don't see Kuffner no more.
They told us the other day, the company don't know they're doing it, they're dealing with St. Clair Auto Body.
So that's who we originally was with from the beginning.
St. Clair Auto. Right, right. I'm sorry, please. Go ahead, Ms. Rowland.
Looking through, I've got a set. Okay, no, that's really what I had right now.
Well, it's after 3. If no one else have any other questions, but in it, I want the clerks, we're gonna sit down and let it.
Well, we're gonna see if the judge is out.
Yeah, he was out. Oh, okay.
I want to say again, I say this all the time. Each one of y'all, I really appreciate y'all. I've been here since 2008, and the service department have been showing a lot of love. I mean, my guys, I don't know if you see my guys, they usually, want to tell you guys thank you, because we was always never getting a lot of things. I mean, we was driving around in equipment that was really, really bad. So I appreciate it. Ma'am,
Yeah.
not yet. 1634.
Yeah.
Like a little under 6, I get paid 16.
10.
Yeah, you do.
And he need another 10.
Let's get into it. We'll look at that. We'll be ready. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right, have a good day.
What do you want to have?
Yes.